How we doing, chat? It is time. The mathematically correct multiplayer Joker tier list. We've done the Joker tier list for Gold Stake. You know, maybe I wasn't the most qualified for that one, but I feel like with, you know, nearly 1,000 hours just on multiplayer alone, maybe I'm a little more qualified for this one. We're gonna have to touch on these categories, but should be fun. I feel like I have a very different take than a lot of people, so we'll see how it goes. The most important thing, I think, is going to be setting what each of these categories mean, because it's hard to just say what's good and what's not. Hey, Melon. Hey, Block Attack. How we doing? Tier list. Oh, did I spell that wrong? Classic. Alright. We are gonna do this. We also have a tournament match to cast later. So we're gonna be doing Reelstory versus Ricky, as well as I want to do a couple things before we start this tier list. First off, it's gotta be the Balatro. Gimme Bean. Give me Droll. Give me Clever. Give me Hanging Chad. Give me Rebate. Rebate's... I always forget this, but Rebate's 4, right? Give me Chad. Wow, I was gonna go Chad before Rebate. Statistically, this is the line to take, but I should have went with my gut. I felt the Chad coming. Brutal. I wonder if walkie-talkie's optimal here, because then you go, but then if it is a mult joker, it just adds an extra step because you have to do a mult joker to confirm it. But that just knocks out chips and malts, and then I could have gone straight to either of those. Not bad though. Also, I want to do this today. This is the Fantasy League for Major League Balatro. If you didn't know, Major League Balatro Season 3 is starting very soon. Starting on the 10th. And there's a lot of new players. I think doing the draft should be fun. Right, round 1, I'm against Nito. So, I mean, obviously... $8 is expensive. The max you can spend is 20. But you gotta put Bean on the roster. Come on. That's a free max points. What's the max points you can win? Match win, game win. So 3-0, 4 points, 4 lives, so 6 points. 10 points plus like an average of E20 per game. 16 points, easy. If you just, it's $8 for 16 points. That's a good price to point ratio. Yeah, Feinberg is on here. I don't know if Feinberg's gonna practice at all for this. He said, I know he's really busy with everything else, but I really do want to put Feinberg on the team. I gotta believe in my student, but I don't know what the matchups are looking like. I think Feinberg has a tough week 1. I think for my second slot, let me see, what are the... Okay, let me stop. What are the matchups? I'm liking... Ooh, Sizak Belenos is going to be a good match to watch. Let's go with Edzy. I think Edzy is a solid pick here. But then the problem is I have $6 remaining. I have to do 2 players. That means I can only look here, which means I don't have room for Feinberg. Where's the $1 player? Why can't we put Vagabond at $1? I think Vagabond's going to do very well on the Major League rule set. Feinberg's value? I feel like he's $5. He's never played. I mean, he was a high-ranked player. I mean, Edsy's almost top 10 right now on the ranked ladder. So it's gotta be... I mean, Edsy's a good bet here. Okay. All these players, who is looking good? Haley and Fur is going to be another good match. Ruffle Nemo. We go. C-dubs. Justin Zano's interesting. I feel like Malf or Dr. Spectre is gonna be able to just hard counter Malf. You can't make Dr. Spectre an uncomfortable like Malf did in our set. Dude, this is hard to pick two more people. Yeah, it's hard to budget for the Bean. We might have to drop Bean. He's $8. Okay, if I wasn't doing Bean, we go Feinberg, we go Rarin, and we go C-dubs. I mean, that's a solid lineup right there. But Bean's a freebie. A freebie. Bryson, thank you for the Prime. Been watching on YouTube. Glad to catch you on Twitch. Keep up the content. I appreciate it very much. Also, Celestrina, thank you for the Prime as well. I gotta bet on myself. Like, this is honestly, if you're playing this fantasy league, this is a banger lineup. This hits, but you can't budget it. Like, this is obviously instantly better. Can I just lock in 3 players? Give me Bean, Edgy, Feinberg. Hold up, you must... Okay. Just let me lock in 3. Just let me lock in 3. That's the best value 3 you'll ever see. Do C-dubs. I like C-dubs. Chess Grandmaster, I mean. I feel like Nemo is going to rise so quickly because she's just good at strategy games. But week 1 is a tough bet. So maybe we go Justin here. Actually, who's C-dubs against? I should check that. C-dubs. Okay, Vagabond's a tough opponent. I know C-dubs you've been practicing. Vagabond's kind of the GOAT. I'm locking in these 3 and I'm gonna complain to Zeno. Let's make the Joker tier list. Isn't Gothic a decent value pick? Actually, Gothic's gotten a lot better. Who's Gothic up against? I don't want to bet against Feinberg, but Gothic is good at the game. Bean's a bit overrated. Where's the fantasy thing? Here, I'll link it. If you want to do the fantasy, maybe that just like leaks mine. Maybe not. I think I have to send a sign up link. Maybe that worked. Alright. We got that out of the way though. I might have to look over it later. Is this gold or white stake? Okay, this is going to be mainly white stake. I feel like in multiplayer, it's going to apply to most things, like most stakes. There's not that much variance in what jokers are really good. But this is, I guess, a white stake tier list. It kind of works up to black stake, which, if you enjoy fun, that's all you're playing. But we need to adjust these tiers. Like, S to F, multiplayer is more complicated, and we need to define what these tiers actually mean. Should add a band tier? Yeah, we're just not gonna do those. It's fine. It's only 3 jokers. Like, I need a tier for like jokers you gotta keep. What should the tiers be? Okay, F tier. Let's just get F tier out of the way. It's easy. We just go obelisk, you know, gray it out. You don't even need to see that joker. It's fine. Then bottom tier below that, I think bottom tier, we gotta, for bottom tier, never, almost never worth is probably it. Not worth more than the sell value. How do I say this? For the bottom tier, we'll just put almost never worth. Simple. If I can type. Almost never worth. Why does it do that? It's so gross. Get some center alignment. Come on. Maybe it's because I hit enter? Unplayable. That I also like. Might as well throw obelisk in that tier. Actually, that kind of just outs me as being bad at the game. Alright, bottom tier, unplayable. Above that, very situational. You know, this is your 4 fingers where maybe one PvP you can pick this up to be able to build the flush 5 to work with the tribe that you got from a rare skip. Very situational jokers that can work sometimes, like maybe you have a bunch of flush levels for whatever reason. These are very situational jokers that you're not gonna prioritize at all. I guess I'll keep the letter grades in. The alignment's actually making me mad. B tier. Solid scoring. B tier, solid pickup. A tier, you can't pass on it, I think. I think A tier is just a joker you can't pass on. And then S tier, Endgame, build. And then in the top, I mean, S plus, the best. So I think this is a good. I think this is a good spot for the tiers. We go S plus. These are the best jokers. Doesn't get better than that. F tier, unplayable. There probably is never a time you're using this joker. C tier, very situational. You know, maybe it can be useful with the exact right circumstances. B tier, solid pickup, you know, your trios, that's going to be good scoring. A tier, these are jokers you can't pass. You see this in the shop, even if it's not useful at the moment, you have to pick that up just in case, or it's just a good joker that you can't pass it up either way. S tier, endgame build, these are going to be just the builds that are staying the entire game. You're building towards this joker, and that you don't need to worry about finding something else. And then S plus is just the best jokers for multiplayer. I mean, Jimbo. Oh, here's the thing. I wish I could sort these by tiers, but I think Jimbo, or I wish I could sort these by like ante. Jimbo, I think, is a very situational. It has to be an early game and you just want to live the blinds, and that's the only scoring in the shop for $2, you know. That's enough to get you through like the first 5 blinds, and it's $2 pickup. So it's situational for sure. But a good pickup if you are in that situation. And for all the greedy, lusty, wrathful, and gluttonous, I need to add a new tier for all these commons. Give me... It does something. That's it. It does something. That's all you need from these. We'll do C tier and then D tier. These, you know, they do something. That's 15 malt. You put a chat on them. It's a 20 malt joker. It's a decent amount of scoring. I think Sly, very situational. If you are lacking chips, that's something you need. Also, individually scoring these, it's probably you because of Arrowhead, you because of Bloodstone, and then you because of Rough Gem, and then you don't need Gluttonous for any reason. These are all, it does something. This, I would say, is worse than Jimbo. I would rather have Jimbo to live the first few blinds rather than Crazy Joker. Droll, I think, is probably the easiest of these. But these are just, you're only picking them up if that's it. Actually, this is Jolly. Jolly's fine. Sly can go down here. This is for White Steak, by the way. Yeah, I think Wily is very situational. You know, you have no chips. I honestly pick up a Sly in like ante 3 sometimes because all you have is a smiley face for scoring and it can triple your score on a full house. Clever kind of for that same reason. I think those do rank above a Jimbo, and then we drop these down here. Half Joker. Half Joker is a very good tempo setup. All you need is a half Joker and any kind of chips that's consistent, and you can easily do the first 2 blinds with that. I love half Joker for tempo, and it might, I think it's a B tier. I think that's a solid early game Joker if you find the pieces with it. It's definitely not a high B, but half Joker early game can do a lot. Stencil, I think, is a clear, very situational Joker. You know, early game, it can be good, but also, if there's just decent Jokers to pick up in the seed, it's going to scale down and down. You need to pick up that rebate, and you have to decide to sell scoring, and a lot of times, it's not worth it, but there is those situations where Stencil is going to be worth it. So I think I have to put that in D, because it is just a very situational Joker. And it's not a late game option very often at all, especially on White Steak. Also, Four Fingers. I think all of these are more useful situational. Maybe I'll put straights below because these are never gonna, you don't want to play straights. You don't want to die to a blind like that. Four Fingers, you know, maybe you have a superposition. Maybe you have a bunch of flush levels for whatever reason. Four Fingers, you pick it up from a buffoon pack because it's $7 normally. It's way too expensive of a Joker, almost unplayable because of its price to pick up in a shop early game, but obviously there are situations for it. Delayed Grat, the early game is a can't pass because as long as you don't find another reason to use your discards, you know, there's less value in your deck. This can definitely get you closer to the interest cap in those first couple antes. So it's definitely a solid pickup as long as you have a scoring joker to make it through the blinds. If you find delayed, you can't pass on it. Just in those first two antes, though. Straights are very good. I think they should be rated higher. Not... Okay, straights are good, but this gives you plus 12 mult, and this gives you 100 chips. Maybe, like, give me 3 Saturn levels, and these are completely negated. I think, even if straights are good, these are terrible jokers. Mime. Okay. Mime is a very good joker. Even as a high card build hater, Mime provides a lot of value. You can at least get blue seals, you know, almost every game involves steal in some way, so it's going to be scoring that way. It's going to be money from your gold cards because you always want to be building into gold in case of golden ticket, but sometimes the golden ticket doesn't come, and you get a Mime instead. I don't think I can put it in S+, but it's definitely an S tier joker, almost useful throughout the entire game. Just a solid joker for multiplayer for sure. I think this is a good time to pull up my stats, because I have been playing multiplayer on the same profile. 12 wins ever, that's how many multiplayer games I've ever won. But I've been playing all my games on the same profile, and I got the flower pot mod, so we can get a good look at our card stats. And you can see Mime Baron all the way down here, Photo Chat all the way up here. I'm very much not a high card player, and the fact that these are common and rare and uncommon makes them harder to pick up. But we can see here what the strong jokers are going to be. I think, yeah, Mime down here. Bean is above Mime. That's crazy. I mean, I always take a Bean. That's not crazy at all. But yeah, Mime on third page because it's never high card. Acro that high is surprising, because I like picking up an Acrobat just before a PvP, because it's something that works with every single build. But we'll talk about Acrobat in a second. I have maybe used credit card once in multiplayer, you know. Obviously, I can't put it in unplayable because it is technically situational. But just going down in money, a very rare chance that actually matters. Maybe picking up a voucher early on. Maybe you have a vagabond and you need to guarantee the under $4 cap, but I mean bottom of D tier for credit card for sure. White Stake Ceremonial Dagger. I think this is our first unplayable joker. It costs so much to scale, and it just doesn't scale enough for White Stake, you know. It's an expensive joker to pick up. You're likely just going to sell it to get above the interest cap, and it costs the sell price of the jokers you're deleting with it. So I think Dagger, though it's a great gold stake card, even gold stake multiplayer sometimes, it is definitely unplayable in a White Stake multiplayer game. That is for sure the case. Banner. It does something. It does something for sure. You know, I love me a Banner on red deck with the half joker, but I think Banner is in this tier. I think I put it below all these because delayed grad's a good enough reason to not use your discards. Early on, looking for a flush house is usually more value than discarding for Banner. Actually, I think you gotta put it below Clever and Sly and Crafty. We'll put it just above Four Fingers. But technically it does do something. I guess every joker does. Mystic Summit. I guess I put it below the suit jokers because sometimes it's annoying, but Mystic Summit's good early game when you are scared of beating the blinds too soon and you want to get your discard value. Maybe you're doing rebate, maybe you're doing faceless or reserve parking. Just a toggleable scoring, so you can decide when you want to score and when you want to create value. I think Mystic Summit, it does something for sure. Okay. Is there a Joker worse than this? Marble Joker adds a stone card to your deck. Like, technically, if you have the most goated hologram build, there's just never a case for it. This might be the bottom of the tier list. This is an unplayable Joker. This is one, if you like Judgment for it, you have to sell immediately. Immediately. Loyalty card. I'm a very big loyalty card believer. A lot of people hate it. You know, it is annoying to work around. Sometimes it is a can't pass. Sometimes 4x is too strong to pass up, and you have to just deal with the fact that it's annoying. But late game, it's not worth the value it costs. And it is just an annoying card. I think it's definitely above half Joker and delayed grad, but 4x is too strong, even with the cost that it can sometimes be. I think loyalty card is a very high B tier. 8 ball. You know, 8 ball sometimes 8 ball is an S tier. Sometimes it's below obelisk. 8 ball. 8 ball with the Chad, I think, is an A tier. That is some great tarot gen. If you have a Chad and an 8 ball, you're guaranteed to get like half a vagabond value without the cost. But sometimes you're like spending econ hands on an 8 ball and it doesn't hit, and it can cost so much. I think it's got to be B tier, because tarots are so important in multiplayer. You have to be playing towards them, even if it is something as annoying as 8 ball is. Tarot gen is too important that it's going to be a solid pickup in most scenarios. Misprint. I think it's probably the lowest. Misprint is very annoying Joker, because a lot of the times you want to know exactly what you score to generate value in the blinds. It might be worse than a Joker, because Joker's consistent. You know what it scores. Jimbo gives you that +4 every time, and you know if you're going to beat the blind or die. Misprint, you know, you play all your high cards to not win, and then you need it to give you like a +2 on the final hand, and it misses, and you die to the big blind of ante 2. I think Misprint, I don't think I can put it above Jimbo. I don't think I can put it above Jimbo. No way credit card is D. Give me an argument for credit card being higher than a situational Joker. I'm waiting. Okay. Dusk. Okay. Let's take a look at my Joker stats again. Because Dusk is the top of the list other than the common Jokers. That is a Joker I can always pick up. This is so diverse. If you have any lucky cards, if you have any on scoring card, it re-triggers everything. It works better with Idol than Sock does, because you can guarantee that you can play for the off hits. It's just always going to work unless you have the full Baron setup. You have to keep a Dusk in case the Idol shows. You cannot pass a Dusk, and it is going to be part of your endgame build for sure. I think I put it above mine for sure. Nah, I think, you know, if Dusk just re-triggered every card every hand, it'd be S+, but I think Dusk is an S tier Joker. Some people will disagree with the mime being below it, but... Raised Fist is solid, you know. You're trying to force high card early game, you only have the Baron, maybe you have a Red Seal Steel to throw with it. Raised Fist can be very good with that. I think it's definitely above half Joker, but I can't put it above 8-Ball here. Raised Fist is the path to doing high card early on. You know, that with Shoot the Moon. And you know, it synergizes with early Steel or Red Seals. And sometimes getting early scoring that works with your Steel cards, because sometimes you're relying on the basic plus mult, but this gives the plus mult before your Steel. And maybe you're doing Brainstorm and need a copy X mult. It's just good that it triggers before your Jokers. Chaos the Clown, I mean, that's a can't pass. You have a mediocre Joker in the lineup that's probably going to be gone before PvP. Sell that, buy the Clown, roll, and maybe even sell it again. You can't pass it. That's a free roll. Clown's too useful. Clown is too useful. Fibonacci. Fibonacci can be solid scoring. You know, you have a Chad and a full house with a Fibonacci. You're gonna be pretty well off on scoring. Sometimes it can be bait to invest too much into Fibonacci, you know, with a hack. You can score quite a lot. I think it's definitely a B tier Joker. I think we'll put it right between 8-Ball and Loyalty, because this is a Joker you can build around for the first 3 or 4 antes, and it can do a lot, but obviously you don't want to invest too much in a Fibonacci build, unless maybe you have a Glass 5 or something. Raised Fist I almost want to put above it, but because this can be almost all your scoring, and it's hard to make Raised Fist all your scoring, I think Fibonacci is better. All it takes is one Dusk or Hack or Chad to make Fibonacci good scoring for a few antes. Thanks, Maestro. Fib's good when you get a Hollow Ace. Yeah, you to build, I mean, you get Fib the first 2 antes, you're just going to play a Fibonacci full house, but to actually have a reason to build towards Fib, you need another piece for sure. Steel Joker, very situational. This is if you're on 1 life and you're doing high card and there is nothing in the shops, because with high card there's so few Jokers that work with it. Sometimes you got to pick up the Steel Joker that's on 1.8x. Very situational card. You know, because by the time Steel Joker's online, you already have solid enough scoring because you have a good amount of Steel cards. So the amount that it provides is so little, but you know, still sometimes a 2x can be useful. For sure. Scary Face is solid. This might be my favorite source of chips, other than planet levels, of course. Because, I mean, it's just, all it takes is a Chad and a full house, and you've got plenty of chips for the run. Smiley Face, Scary Face is super strong. I think, I mean, 8-Ball, you obviously take over a Scary Face. Every time. But I think I for sure put it above Raised Fist. I think with so few good sources of chips in the game, we gotta put Scary Face up with the 8-ball. You know, it works to enable a lot of these malt cards. You know, all it takes is a Chad, and that's 120 chips. It's all you need to be able to get a good score. Even with a Fibonacci, sometimes you're playing a full house with it. So I think Scary Face is a very solid B tier. Abstract, just some good early game scoring. Put it right around Mystic Summit. You know, you're just using it to get through the blinds or get some malt before your trio in the ante 2 PvP. Hack. Is Hack a can't pass Joker? I do pass Hack a lot, but if you have the free slot, I don't think you can pass on Hack. I'm gonna put it below Chaos the Clown. Chaos the Clown is such a solid econ joker when being ahead in shop is so important in multiplayer. But you can't pass on a Hack. You gotta watch out for the Glass 5 that's in the pack or the Polychrome. Hack is an A tier. Pareidolia? Look, some may say Pareidolia very situational. You know, there's only a few synergies, but I think the synergies with Pareidolia are so strong that it makes it a solid pickup. I love a speculative Pareidolia, and if you find that Faceless or the Midas Mask, you're so golden. Pareidolia almost rivals a speculative dice. Definitely a good joker to pick up if you see it in shop and you have the space for it. You know, there's very few jokers you would actually sell for Pareidolia, but sometimes you don't always got 5 jokers. Banana. I used to hold Banana for a long time. You know, when I was worse at the game and Cavendish was an actual meaningful card in the game, I took Gros Michel a lot. I think I put it above Gluttonous and above Greedy, but below Wrathful and Lusty. I find myself using Wrathful and Lusty above Greedy and Gluttonous. I mean, we can look right now. Let's see if we can find Wrathful and Lusty. There's Greedy, the bottom of the 4. There's Gluttonous, and then Lusty, and... or actually, is Wrathful the bottom? Where is it? Wrathful's the bottom. Interesting. That's surprising to me. And they're not even, like, close enough to justify... Okay, I guess Wrathful's the bottom. And then we go Lusty, Gluttonous. I guess... why do I like Gluttonous? Maybe just not enough data. But I feel like Wrathful's 100% above Gluttonous. Explain how gift card is that low? We'll get to it. We'll get to it, but I do not believe in gift card. Okay, so I guess it goes above Wrathful as well. Onyx Agate? Yeah. That's why Gluttonous is so bad, because you don't need a Gluttonous and an Onyx Agate. But you need a Greedy with a Rough Gem and a Wrathful with the Arrowhead. Odd Todd? Odd Todd's good chips. It works with the Fib. It kind of has the same essence of Scary Face, but because it's odd cards, it's a lot worse. It might be top of C. I think I'm fine putting it bottom B because in those first few antes, sometimes a solid source of chips is rare and Odd Todd can be those chips. I think I'm happy with it, bottom B. Even Steven? I'm not a big Even Steven fan, but I think I put it above all the Suit Jokers. And definitely not in B tier. We'll put Even Steven top of C. It works with the hack and the Chad. Scholar... there's no reason to build into a 5 of a kind of aces. You know, maybe you took a gold ace from a pack and you have the 5 of a kind. It's probably the worst of these mid-tier on-scoring jokers. Like these plus mod on-scoring jokers. And it's hard to build a big enough hand consistently. It's pretty much just to survive the blinds joker. I'm going to put it... With the Chad, it's alright. I'm going to put it below the Suit Jokers. Just because of Steel Scholars. It's staying here, though. Business card. Okay, business card. This shocked me. I was looking at my stats. Now, if we go to the top of this list, you know, these are the top 8. Top 10 for business card. Maybe it's just that I'm a gambling man, but I love me some business card. You're built into face cards so often that I always take the business card. It's just, if you have the slot, you can almost always make money from a business card. You know, obviously your rebate's going to be better. And with some re-triggers and a dice, it can be some very solid econ. So business card, I mean, the stats don't lie. You can't pass on business card. Because it's very similar to Photograph. Where's Photograph? It's very similar to Photograph, because Photograph you can get early and it does something and it scales. You can take an Eternal Photograph because it scales with the other retriggers you find, and throughout the game your business card is going to scale with your deck fixing, with the jokers you pick up. Business card is a scaling econ, similar to Photograph. Okay. Supernova. Supernova is instantly made obsolete by a flush house, by any decent hand in the game. You know, you're not pair spamming. This isn't gold stake. It's an expensive buy. Supernova might be unplayable. It's not even like good for staying alive in the early blinds. You have to like play whatever hands you played to get by the small and big blinds. Supernova is just kind of unplayable. You can't even put it in very situational because it's extremely situational. Let's see where Supernova is on this list. It's got to be pretty low. Higher than I thought. Okay, maybe I passed it. Really? I guess this isn't all white stake, but it can't be. That can't be right. That can't be right. That can't be right. I don't remember using a Supernova a single time. This has to have some gold stake runs on this account or something. You don't even run Supernova on gold stakes. That can't be right. That just can't be right. That perplexes me. My point still stands. I don't believe the numbers. Supernova unplayable. Speaking of unplayable, especially on white stake, ride the bus. You can't even, like, utilize it to survive the blinds because you want to play face cards. You know, maybe you have a scary face to also survive the blinds. Maybe you have a Midas mask you want to get value from. Maybe you have an early business card. Ride the bus, unplayable card. And just almost never useful. Let's see where ride the bus is. Okay, I've definitely played some gold stakes on this account. 46 on ride the bus is way too high. Highest mult is 12. Highest mult is 12. I felt crazy Joker less than ride the bus. I'm learning some crazy things from these stats. 1 round with Marble Joker, 1 round with Stone. 1 round with Vampire is insane. This makes me respect Aaron's build even more. 1 round with Vampire? You just sell it for interest, I guess, and you hold it for temperance. We'll get to Vampire, though. Alright, Spaceman. It does something. You know, if you can pick up Spaceman, if you have the free slot and you are built into a hand, maybe you're playing flushes for whatever reason, you're doing Greedy Joker, or Rough Gem. Spaceman does something, you know, a flush house level can go a long way for the rest of the match. Spaceman's a useful card sometimes. High card levels, if you are doing that, Spaceman does something for sure. Egg? Egg does something. I almost want to put Egg in Can't Pass, because if you have a Joker slot for Egg, it is always worth it to pick it up. It gives you at least $1 gain if you hold it for only 1 round. It is pointless to pass if you have the room. And it's also good for that temperance value on Zodiac deck. You can't pass it. I think on Zodiac it is an A tier. I think I definitely put it above Delayed Grat, but I can't put it above 8 Ball. We'll put Egg in a solid B tier. Rental Egg? This is white stake, but still, you take the rental egg. You take the rental egg for 1 round because you're above interest cap. Then you find the temperance and you sell the egg and it's profits. Burger. Burglar. We did see the strength of this in one match of the 10K tournament with Sizak versus Ian. Being able to copy a burglar, very strong. But there is just so much you can gain from discards. You know, you can get delayed grat value, you can get rebate value, you can get Midas value. Burglar, definitely a situational Joker. It's technically econ, but even then it's worse than delayed grat because you get the $2 and sometimes it's not even econ positive because you would have had to, you have to use all the hands you get from it as you would your discards. So Burglar, very situational. I think I'll put it right behind Stencil. There's just too much value to get from discards. Okay, Blackboard. Blackboard's a scary pickup because if you miss that draw, it can be very punishing. Sometimes you have to be safer with your discards and you can lose value that way. But all it takes is 1 world card, and this is a free 3x in PvP. I think loyalty card, you know, you don't have to worry about loyalty card other than just taking away a couple hands. I think I do put Blackboard below loyalty card because it is a 3x, and there's always that risk that it just does nothing, which I think is higher than the risk of loyalty card not doing anything if you're smart. But you know, if you're playing a high card build, you can, or pairs, you can do half Joker. All you need is mult, chips, and a Blackboard, and you can easily tempo your opponent down to 1 life. I think Blackboard is a solid pickup for sure. Okay. Runner. I feel like I've held Runner for more than I should. $69 rounds with Runner. So I have held it for a nice amount of rounds. The highest on it was 135. I played a small world tournament and spent so much getting Runner up. I think if you're opening a Buffoon pack and there's just one of these not useful jokers to pick up, Runner, as long as you have no value to gain, Runner is something to scale, and like a 90 chips Runner could last quite a few antes, so it can be useful, but obviously situational. Misprint, because Misprint is annoying. We'll put Runner right above Misprint. Ice Cream. Ice Cream, some solid chips. You know, with there being a lot more mult jokers than chips jokers in the game, I think you can put it pretty high up here. It can enable high card, can do a lot of things, and enable a lot of builds, and just finding that piece of chips that is hard to find. I think Ice Cream definitely does something. DNA, I think, is a can't pass. If you have any value in your deck, maybe a gold seal lucky card, a purple seal, DNA is a can't pass. Greninja, thank you for the sub. 10 months, damn. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. The problem with DNA, and why it's not the top of A tier and not an S tier, is because, like I said, for, you know, delayed grat, for banner, there's so much value to gain from your discards, and sometimes you just can't get that with DNA, and also sometimes you just miss your draw with DNA, and you had to sell a good joker for it. So it's an annoying card, but it's a can't pass, and sometimes can be very strong if your opponent doesn't take it and you do. Splash. I had a tournament match recently where the Splash Flower Pot was strong. But I think Splash is very situational. Almost never useful. Maybe... yeah, it's just an extremely situational jokers. There's a lot of situations it can be used in. None are very good. So that just makes it very middle of a situational joker. Blue Joker? I like Ice Cream more than Blue Joker. Because you usually want to discard to play your hands, and it's going to be smaller than Ice Cream, and you're not holding Ice Cream long enough often that it gets worse than the Blue Joker. So I think they're right next to each other, but Blue Joker is going to be worse than the Ice Cream, and I probably put it below the Suit Jokers. Why is Supernova so low? I think Supernova... nah, it's better than all these, but it is definitely deserving of an F tier. Sixth Sense. That is the most can't pass joker. You see a Sixth Sense, there are so many game-changing spectrals. You know, you get that Ankh on the Ancient Joker, you get the Cryptid, you get the Deja Vu. You have to try to get the most possible value you can out of Sixth Sense. The only time you can pass this, if you already have like 2 strong jokers that you couldn't Ankh and a Red Seal. Sixth Sense, it's so easy to enable, even if there aren't many spectrals that win you the game. There's a lot that are just medium, and Sixth Sense does the same thing as Trading Card. It is deck fixing as well. So it's just maybe the most can't pass joker. You always, almost always need to make room for a Sixth Sense. Constellation. This is a white stake tier list. I don't take Constellation a lot. It is an expensive joker to work. Oh, wow, where is it? It is low. Wow, 25 rounds with Constellation, yeah. I think Constellation's way too expensive to make work. You have to be in the perfect situation, you know, mime, blue seals, but you also have no scoring. By the time you can afford to scale a Constellation to 2x, you're selling it. So I think there's a reason I've only held it 25 rounds. It's just not worth the investment to scale it because everything else in the game scales faster. You know, your scoring is going to scale faster than a Constellation, and it just can't keep up, except for some very rare situations. So I think, you know, it's worse than all these early game scoring jokers. I very rarely pick up a Constellation, and maybe you have like an astronomer that you got from a buffoon pack, but it's too slow of a joker to scale. Okay. Man, there's a lot of jokers in this game. I'm excited to get to the multiplayer ones. There's also some interesting jokers coming up. Hiker? Hiker is very situational. I do like picking up a Hiker if you have any retrigger joker and the slot for it, just because, you know, we've said many times, chips are hard to come by, and Hiker can be those chips, you know. It's an expensive card to pick up, but it does help sometimes, and it can help for the rest of the game, especially if you have that good card and you have room for a Hiker. Just a Red Seal King and a Hiker can outscale a Scary Face, though it is situational that you can hold a Hiker that long. You know, it's not the immediate scoring that Scary Face is. So, D tier. Okay, Faceless Joker. Faceless Joker. I love Faceless Joker. $5 per discard. You know, sometimes it can even make more than rebate if your deck isn't fixed right. If you have any of these jokers, these enablers that allow you to still survive the blind and completely greed Faceless, this is one of the quickest ways to get up to interest cap in the first few antes and still a useful enough amount of econ that you can take this mid to late game. So I think it's below all these. I think it's above Chaos the Clown, though. We'll move DNA above Hack. And Clown. Nah, Clown is always useful. DNA is sometimes a pass. Faceless, a very solid econ joker, and can get you up to interest cap so early on so quickly. Definitely an A tier. Grimbo, unplayable on white stake. Unplayable completely. I think Grimbo will slice the Grimbo with the dagger because it is just so useless. There's no reason to not use your discards. It just costs too much. The reason Grimbo is good on gold stakes is because it's worth to make that dollar trade of a hand to scale a Grimbo, but you're never keeping Grimbo in multiplayer, so it is just never worth spending the money to scale it, and it's not enough immediately to beat the blinds quicker. So worth more to sell for interest in every single scenario, making it an unplayable card. Superposition is a solid pickup. You know, Superposition in a very similar boat as Delayed Grat. You can only make it work in the first few antes if there isn't that much value you can make in a blind. If you're doing like business card, it's hard because you want to do face cards. You know, you have to have enough scoring that you win with a straight. You have to be able to draw the straight. You have to not be able to use your discards for anything else. It's a situational card, but tarots are so valuable that you have to pick up a superposition in those first couple antes, and a suit changer from it or a hermit from it can be game changing, so you just can't be passing on this early on. So it is a solid pickup in a lot of scenarios. River Mage, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Obelisk should be lower. You just got to imagine the 50 tiers between F tier and Obelisk is the truth. Cavendish. You know, Cavendish, a very solid pickup. That's a 3x Joker. I mean, Cavendish as a Joker, probably top of B tier. But, you know, because Banana is very rarely worth holding on to for it to pop, it's hard to find that Cavendish. There's a lot of Jokers that I take more than Cavendish. But it's just unconditional 3x malts if you can find it, so I think it's safe to put it here in B tier. To-do list? Ooh. To-do list is an interesting one. To-do list on pairs, to-do list on high card, to-do list on 2-pair. If you have the right type of scoring that you can get 4 hands of to-do list, that's $16. That's, you know, can be as much as Faceless, can be as much as Business card. It does something a lot of the times. It does nothing a lot of the times. But just because of how strong it can be, you know, you have a blueprint with the to-do list. I think it's a better use case than a Spaceman. It's 100% better than Delayed. I think it goes right next to 8 Ball, you know. It can be very good, but if you get unlucky with it, it's just a waste of a Joker slot and can be a very annoying card. Okay. Card Sharp. Card Sharp is an interesting one, because early on, the strongest way to get scoring is just play a big hand. Play the hand with your steel in it. Play the hand with the flush house levels that you've gotten, and it's hard to draw multiple of those. But when Card Sharp works, when you're doing high card, it is very strong. You know, early on in that first PvP, if you can draw the hand for Card Sharp, it is worth taking 100%. And it's kind of the scoring version of this. This is the Tarot Gen value generator that can be good, can be bad. This is the econ version. Card Sharp is the scoring version of these Jokers, that it can be good, but sometimes you just miss the second draw of the hand and you've wasted all your scoring and lost the PvP to it. I think Blackboard is a lot easier to do with most builds than Card Sharp. Obviously, in a high card build, very solid pickup. Okay. Red card, obviously another great scaling plus malt in Gold Stake, but again, too expensive to scale. We're gonna chop it with the dagger. You know, maybe dagger's worth picking up. You have an egg that you... the dagger is also very situational. Red card is an unplayable card on white stake, but maybe you get it from a judgment and then there was nothing else in the Arcana pack. That's the only use case, and then you can live the big blind off of it. But red card, way too expensive to scale. There's almost always a reason to take something from a pack, whether it's to buy and sell a Joker or to just use a world card to set up a potential off hit for an idol. There's almost never a time where you want to be skipping packs. Madness is an interesting card on higher stakes. Obviously, this is something you can pick up and take the risk on in a game. But we're in white stake. Madness is kind of unplayable in white stake. I can't think of a time. You always are going to have one Joker that you would rather have than a Madness. It doesn't scale heading into the PvP. We'll put it one above Marble Joker, but Madness definitely unplayable in white stake. Squimbo? Okay. Square Joker, very similar to Green Joker, where it's not worth playing the hands to scale, and you know, if there's any value in your deck, you want to be playing 5 cards to get deeper in your deck. But because chips are rarer, we'll put it right below Supernova. It can do something. Let me see what the highest I've gotten Square Joker is. Oh, 100 rounds? Oh, 320. I think that was definitely a gold stake run. Ignore that. That was definitely not a multiplayer. 320 chips on a Square Joker in multiplayer is insane. But yeah, Square Joker, too expensive to scale. Not worth not being able to dig in your deck. Not good enough scoring to survive the blinds. Just mostly a useless Joker. But on higher stakes, could be worth it. Seance. This I want to put with Obelisk. I really do. Because the amount of times I've been baited by Seance. Seance can give a lot, but it can cost a lot to build towards Seance. You know, you could build a flush house that you can draw to score with your trio in PvP, or you could use that tarot card to build your straight flush with Seance. I think 6 cents you can very rarely justify passing. Seance, you can't always draw a straight flush. But sometimes you gotta onk the Seance. Sometimes you gotta onk the Seance. Yeah, Seance, honestly very similar to DNA in the way that gonna be very valuable to take if you can make it work. But you know, you miss your draw and you're missing out on all the other value. You can't pass a Seance in a lot of scenarios. And I'd probably take it more than hack. Let's see where Seance is on the list. I usually get out of Seance pretty quick, but 145 rounds with Seance. That is a non-scoring Joker, non-econ Joker that I'm keeping so often because Spectrals are game-winning in multiplayer. You need to invest in Seance a lot of the times. So Seance, you can't pass it, but I'm taking Chaos the Clown when I see it more often than I'm taking Seance when I see it. Riffraff? Can't pass a Riffraff. Riffraff first, if you don't have a bunch of good Jokers, you have to take the Riffraff. If it can enable you to get an Econ Joker faster than your opponent, it can win you so many games. I think a skill that I've struggled with, I think I'm better at it now, but knowing when to get out of Riffraff is very important. Knowing when you have to settle, you know, if that reserve parking's enough. But there's so many good common Jokers in the game. You gotta take Riffraff. I think all these are more of a can't pass because they're useful throughout the whole game, but Riffraff early on is 100% a take almost over every one of these Jokers below it. Vampire. Okay, Vampire, this is a good time to look at the stat sheet, you know. The most used Jokers, you got some great cards. There's lots of X-Malt scattered throughout. And then if we go all the way down to page 20, I've done completed 1 round with Vampire. 1 round. I haven't scaled Vampire once in a multiplayer game. That's impressive, but it's just so useless. There are so many useful enhancements. Lucky cards are so strong. Gold cards, chariot cards. Vampire taking those away, taking away glass, taking away lovers, is just not at all worth the 0.1x scaling on it. So that probably makes Vampire the most unplayable X-Malt. I guess I put it 1 above Madness. Maybe you have an Empress and a bonus card and you already have Chips and Malt. But Vampire, an unplayable card for sure. Okay, shortcut, very situational. It can allow you to do Seance, it can allow you to do Superposition, it can allow you to use your straight levels, it can allow you to get blue seal value. I think it is a useful situational joker. I think it works much better for playing straights than Four Fingers does, and straights can be useful. So we'll put Seance pretty high in the D tier. Didn't someone in the tournament win with double Vampire? Yeah, that I give him so much more credit, because Vampire is such a gamble to go for, because you can lose so much value. You know, there's a chance you get a Magician, you throw that on some cards, and it could just be minus $20 that your opponent gets because they didn't do Vampire. It just almost always a pass. Thanks for making me addicted to Balatro. You get on the rank ladder? Gotta play multiplayer. Okay. Hologram. I need to look at my stats for hologram, because it is a rare one. Okay, I passed it. It was lower than I thought. Right? Am I blind? Chat, what page is it on? Oh, there it is. Okay. Hologram, 166 rounds. 4.5x is the highest. I guess I wasn't playing... I had a 7x hologram recently. But that was in Small World. Hologram, I mean, I've held it a lot of rounds. It can be useful because there are cards in the game that add cards to your deck, and in multiplayer you want to open every card pack. You can find those purple seals, and it can be just, it can scale to a 2x card pretty quickly. It does something in that sense, that you are adding cards to your deck a lot. You don't want to add cards just for hologram. There's almost never a situation, unless you have like triple hologram, that you want to take, you know, a bonus 10 from a card pack to scale a hologram. But if you have a reason to add cards, and you have a reason or a spot to take hologram, it can do something. But it is definitely one of the worst X-Malts. Was a good rank on ranked? I think the rank ladder needs to be nuked. Maybe that's just me being salty that I'm low ranked, but it just shows you how many games you've played. I think win rates and who your opponents are is a very important factor, and the rank system is a little flawed at the moment, just because of the amount of players and how many people actually grind multiplayer. Ooh, there's some interesting ones coming up. Starting with Vagabond. Vagabond is strong tarot gen. It sucks to use a Vagabond if you aren't prepared for it. If you're losing all that interest money, you know, we saw in my match versus Night Slayer, they went for a Vagabond. If you don't know how to get your money back up after using Vagabond, and you're just falling behind in shops and it's not giving enough, Vagabond can be bad. But you know, you can't pass a Vagabond. It is Tarot Gen. Death cards are so useful. A Hermits can get you out of that econ very quick. If you have a useful card in your deck, just being able to utilize a Vagabond for that is so strong. And it is one of the best Tarot Gens in the game. And because of that, it's a can't pass Joker. Though there obviously are times where you can pass it. When your econ's good enough and it costs too much money, the four tarots you can generate are just not worth the Vagabond. But sometimes it's going to be a very strong Joker. Baron. Baron is a card. If you see a Baron, that's the first thing you see. It is probably gonna be there until the end game. You know, most of the time, if I have a Baron and I see an idol, I try to pivot out. Unless I have Baron Mime, I usually take the idol over the Baron. But it is a strong card. It can be useful in scoring even when you're not doing high card if you have enough hand size. But it is an endgame Joker. You know, it is one of those paths you can take high card or retriggers, and Baron is the entire reason to go high card. If you're going high card, just Baron with a red seal can be enough. Baron Mime, obviously, I mean, Mime alone is probably higher than it, because Mime can provide scoring and value in a lot more situations. Baron is going to be your main scoring in the end, but Mime is a lot more useful, and you can much more often just go high card off of Mime alone, whereas Baron is harder to do so. So it is 100% an endgame build Joker, but Mime allows you to do that a bit better. Okay. Let me review this list. What do we have here? I mean, I kind of love the spot it's at right now. I don't think you can disagree with any of this. Maybe some of this higher stuff you can disagree with, but all this low stuff. Is it hard to argue with? Shouldn't Baron be S+ if it's the only card that can contest idol? The thing is, Baron can be bait a lot of the times. You know, you invest too much in Baron and then something else just gets online faster. It can be bait, and because of that, it's definitely not an S+. An idol is much more rarely bait. You can always do something with an idol if you are mid to late game. Cloud9, that's solid econ, you know, good money every round. Because of its expensive price, I don't think I can put it above superposition. But if you find it in a Buffoon pack, $4 a round, econ's important in this game. I think it's a solid pickup for sure. Rocket's a Joker you hold a lot, but Rocket is... it's worth more to sell Rocket than it is to keep it. -1 Joker slot for 3 rounds, or you can sell it to get that instant $3. Rocket, a very, very bad econ Joker. Maybe the worst in multiplayer. This might actually be the worst multiplayer econ Joker. I guess you still count credit card as an econ Joker. Rocket, I would probably take over all of these in an anti-1 Buffoon pack, but it is a very bad econ Joker. Genie, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, because it takes too long and you're likely going to replace the Joker slot with something better before Rocket actually provides value. It just is very rarely worth taking. You know, obviously you take an Econ Joker over all of these, so I'll put it above them, but very bad card in White Stake. Okay, Midas Mask might be the most camp pass. I think you got to put it below 6 cents because if you're built into Luckies or something else, but you want to take a Midas Mask, and when you take this Midas Mask, you go next, you make all the gold cards you can, and you want to get rid of it fast. I'm curious how many rounds I've actually held a Midas Mask. I've probably taken a Midas Mask a lot more than a lot of these Jokers, but the thing about Midas Mask, you want to get max value and then sell it, and it's, you know, in the bottom half of my Joker list. But you want to take Midas Mask almost every time, and then be able to utilize it and get rid of it as soon as possible. And with Ticket being such a strong card in the game, you know, I would sell any of these Jokers for a Midas Mask in a lot of situations. Rebates? Ooh. I think this might be the first S+. Rebate is so strong. $20 a round if you can discard right. It can be even more than that if you're built into a card and it hits that. And built into purples, it can be so much money. This works with every single build in every single game at every stage of the game. Mail-in Rebate is an insanely strong Econ Joker. It's just always going to be worth picking up and is usually the last value generator to go in the lineup. You know, I'm selling the mine before I sell the Rebate unless I have the perfect gold card setup. So Rebate is S+ for sure. What's the name of the mod? This is the Flower Pot mod. You want to look at your stats? I wonder what your stats are. I'm curious what the bacon stats are. Your golden ticket's definitely higher than mine. 406. It's like a fourth of my top used. Need to know when to sell? Really, I mean, another argument for it being S+. Rebate, you sell when you find the last piece to your scoring setup. Rebate is too much value. Rebate with the blueprint, insane econ, endgame level econ, and is going to carry your econ throughout the entire match. Ticket keys number 4, right? I guess you can still see your top 10. How many rounds are on your most used Joker, Bacon? I need to know, because you've played a lot of multiplayer. Maybe it's been reset at some point. Also, this is crazy because Chad is my number 1. This is multiplayer Chad at 1200, and then this is hanging Chad because of Major League Balatro and vanilla rule sets in the like top 13 or top 11, I think. So Chad is actually my number 1. Hey, you also have Photo Chad at the top. Photo Chad, Rebate. Yeah, I'm surprised the Rebate is lower on mine. 3,600. Yeah, you're over double mine. Multiplayer exclusive profile. Damn. I mean, hey, that's former number 1 ranked player saying Rebate in their top 4. I think that puts it safely in the S+ tier. Sure, we can move down. Gift card is a controversial one. I know Vagabond loves his gift card. There's some players that think it is a lot more value, but me personally, I am not a gift card believer. Where's gift card? 96 rounds with gift card. Gift card's one you want to try to hold for a lot of rounds. You need very good tarot gen to justify taking a gift card over something else. You know, any endgame joker is getting very little value off of it. Is adding $1 sell value that's not payoff right away. And to keep up in shops and keep up with your opponent, gift card, just a hard joker to take over everything else. I keep gift card over rebate on 3 out of 4 lives with tarot merchant. Yeah, that's where you lose me, because also that's where you lose the game, because your opponent, that you're spending lives on rebate a lot, or on gift card. It's just, you can fill that slot with a trio with a rebate, and you can find something that scores more in the PvP, and it's going to be more valuable every time. Gift card just, I'd love to know the stats on how much money gift card makes on average. It just can't be a lot. Because for gift card to get good value, you need to have full joker slots, and then usually in that case, gift card's the first thing to go. Sometimes when you're rolling, you pick up the gift card and you have to sell it right away. It's a hard joker to hold on to. Very divisive card. But for me, personally, gift card, it's definitely better than Rocket as an econ joker. I think I utilize a burger more than a gift card. Made over 15. Bacon, you're just, you're not part of this sample. I don't think you made $1,500 in a single game either. Finding that hard to believe. Surely better than egg, but egg is always worth taking because egg is always profitable. Gift card is not always profitable. It's more expensive than egg and very rarely does more, or I guess a lot of the times it does more, but it's also a rare joker. It does something. I can't put it below C. Gift card below C is kind of insane. We'll put it above Scholar here. Maybe I don't utilize it enough, but not a good card in White Stake multiplayer unless you have crazy tarot gen. Okay. Gift card goes in C. This next joker. Holy. Bean is such a useful joker. Unbiased opinion. The amount of value you can generate from a Bean. Bean is a very good scoring joker. Bean is a very good econ joker. Bean is a very good value generator. Bean enables every single joker on this list. Bean enables you to get every bit of value. If you have room, if you have something that's not generating value, Bean is likely doing more than that card. Bean is doing so much more. You have 2 econ jokers. Bean plus one of those econ jokers a lot of the time is going to do more than both of those econ jokers combined. So Bean, honestly, the best joker. Not Blackboard. Just have the world card. Bean will allow you to get the purple seal to draw the world card. So Bean does enable Blackboard. It's just, there's so much value you can gain from getting deeper in your deck, being able to fold this card. You can draw your hand, you can hold your steel, you can play your Midas cards, you can hold your Midas cards with the Mime. Bean is S+ tier. If you can take a Bean, you always take the Bean. What a good joker. Okay. Erosion? I think Erosion is a very situational card, you know. You're never taking an Erosion and hoping for a Hangman. On Ghost, sometimes an early Immolate can make Erosion a very solid scoring joker. But obviously, very situational. You know, it's like Steel Joker where you already need to have done the thing to pick it up. You're not taking Steel Joker and then trying to scale it. You already need to have it scaled and see it in shop. And you're like, oh, actually, that's a plus 30 mult. That's pretty solid. What do you need the mult for? I mean, even if you're drawing Flush House every time, all it takes is a couple, like a Hangman Fool early game, and it's worth picking up. I think D tier is fine for it. Reserved Parking, another controversial card. I love reserved parking. All it takes is one thing to enable it. If you can have any amount of malt that you can win on your last hand, you know, 4 times 4, you can make $4 a hand. You could, with base hand size, you can have 7 face cards pretty consistently for at least 3 hands. You know, you're making $10 around with reserve parking if done right. It's a very strong econ joker. You know, obviously faceless is going to be better, and a lot of the times you're built into face cards, you want to play them, so that is when it's not useful. But parking can generate a lot of value. I always take a parking in the first couple antes, and if you can get a joker that allows you to beat the blind and full greed parking, it can be a very strong econ joker. I definitely put it above these, but we'll put it below loyalty card. Parking is a good joker. Here's the thing about To the Moon. It gives more money than Golden. Like, you should be at interest cap at the end of the blind most of the time. But the problem is, a lot of these $4 end of round payout jokers, most of the time you have them is when you're early game, you're spending a lot to be able to open packs and stay and keep up in the pack queue. And To the Moon gives $3 on the payout or $2 on the payout a lot of the times in those early games. In the late game, you don't have room for To the Moon. It's a situational econ. Obviously, if you have the right interest and you have the vouchers, it can be very strong. I think it does something, is a fair spot. We'll put it right below gift card. But if we look at my stats, To the Moon, 26 rounds on page 18 is just not a lot. Just not a lot. Hallucination is a must take. You see a hallucination in shop, you try to buy that before you buy another joker. You try to get the value out of hallucination. You know, you're likely gonna be filling your tarot slots before you go into the blind. Hallucination, you can pop that and check for some good tarots before. Obviously it can miss like 8-ball, but I think it's a lot easier to use, and it's a very hard joker to pass. Obviously worse tarot gen than Vagabonds, but is useful in a lot more situations, though it's not as strong. So Hallucination is an A tier joker. Fortune Teller. If you've used 15 tarot cards and you still need the 15 malt from Fortune Teller, you're doing something wrong. That is for sure. You know, it's not gonna it's gonna very rarely enable you to win the blinds in many situations. It just, if the more you scale a Fortune Teller, the more useless it becomes, because tarot cards just do so much more than the +1 mult they provide for Fortune Teller. Let me see. Consult the numbers. I probably have held Fortune Teller more than I should. 56 rounds with Fortune Teller puts it in D tier. We'll put it below all these scoring jokers because these do something immediately and at least allow you to get in this through the blinds in one hand. The thing is, these jokers are good because beating the big blind in one hand, you know, that's econ gain. That's less hands you have to spend, and that's the faster you can get enough money to buy packs. Can be good for early PvP. It's just not, though. If you've used 5 tarot cards, you probably have a flush house online. And if you've used 10 tarot cards, you can do a lot more than +10 mult. So it's also an expensive joker. $6. It's not one you're just going to pick up in the last shop because you see it's a +7 mult. It's just too expensive, too useless, and doesn't scale quick enough. Alright, hand size. Hand size always does something. If you have a joker slot and you have any value to gain, juggler's almost always worth taking. So it's a solid pickup. I think a discard, because there's so much more synergies with discarding all your rebates and your faceless, a discard is going to be more valuable and allow you to gain from your other jokers. So I think these are both solid pickups if you have the room for them. Stone Joker. Stone cards are something that get used in multiplayer. So it's not going to be nothing a lot of the times, but you know, if you have 2 stone cards in the deck, you probably have found a way to get chips online, whether that's through levels or playing the stone cards. But you know, +50 chips. It's also a rare joker to see. What's my stone joker at? Stone joker at 1 round. Record total 100 chips. How is it 100 chips? I've definitely had more than 4 stone cards. I think I can't put it above unplayable with 1 round held. That makes it literally unplayable. I've probably only gotten it from a judgment. So we'll put it right below Squimbo. Golden Joker? I put it above. Probably, well, I guess, like, it's a common, so you can find it more, and it's going to be more often. It's also $1 cheaper. I think I put Cloud9 above. Maybe this is a reason to take a Gold 9 from a pack. And it's definitely better than Egg. So, Golden Joker is a solid pickup. Great early on. Because by the time you have the leeway to tower 4 times, you won't be needing the chips. Yeah. I mean, there's so many tarots to take over a tower early game, which is the only time it's useful. Golden's worse than Egg? I'm a I need reward now kind of guy. You're an investment kind of guy. My money doesn't make money. I spend money and then I make money later. This is why To the Moon is so low. Okay. Lucky Cat, I almost want to put in very situational. But it's not very situational. Lucky cards are so good and retriggers are so common that obviously it's worse than every other on-scoring retrigger. You know, you got your Ancient Bloodstone Idol. But Lucky Cat can get big sometimes. You can pass a Lucky Cat in a lot of scenarios if you have any solid build, so I can't put it A tier. But Lucky Cat's a solid pickup. Lucky Cat is for sure a solid pickup. Bean wanted gift card and D tier. Sorry, how you guys doing in the $10,000 tournament? Edsy and Bacon, I'm curious. Interesting. Interesting. Opinions invalid. Invalid. Baseball card. It's a situational one, but there are quite a few situations where baseball card at least provides 2x. It's a solid pickup. Sometimes, you know, there's a lot of useful uncommons. By the time you have a lot of uncommons in your lineup, baseball is not going to be that useful. I think Blackboard is much more often a pickup because it's useful early game, and by the time you get scoring from a baseball card, it's probably not a significant amount compared to the total score. So we'll put it in B tier, right below Drunkard. Seance is so situational, but you have to make a situation where you take Seance. You have to make it not situational. The Bull is a situational card. If you have a lot of money, you don't want to hold it. The Bull is 50 chips. If you have interest, you can pick it up from a Buffoon pack to score in the match. I think we'll put it right below all these. And this. And this. And this. And we'll put you up here. And you down here. Okay, I like that. Way below Sly. Never more than Sly when you need it. Maybe you have a rebate and you get up to, well, you gotta be spending down. Yeah, it's at most 50 chips in multiplayer. You never, like, if you're making more than that, around 50, the chips you gain from it is useless. So I'll put it right by Splash. Scale it in the blinds, but you're spending, if you can make enough money in the blinds, you're spending down and you're gonna make enough to get back to interest anyway, so it's still gonna be small. If you're doing golden ticket, you don't need the chips from a bull. Won a game with 400 chip bull? I very much doubt that's in white stake. Oh, with money tree. I guess that's a way to justify it. But it's in white stake, definitely not. Cola. Skipping is not very good in multiplayer at all. You know, in white stake, maybe it's a can't pass because you're always going to buy and sell it. But it does something. Most of the times. I don't think it's a situational because you kind of want to take it a lot of the times to enable a rare skip or a spectral skip later on. You want to try to make room for that if that's something that can still impact the game and you don't want your opponent to take it and you not to and them get rewarded for that. So if you see it, you try to make room for it, and I think that puts it right below Drunkard. Above Drunkard. I would probably sell a Drunkard. Well, I rarely sell a Drunkard for a Cola, so Cola below Drunkard. But above Juggler, so because I probably sell the Juggler a lot of the times. Trading card. There's another one of those cards. You get a lot of value from discards, and trading card costs one of your discards. Though the upside from that is a lot. You get $3. It's like a golden joker and half a hangman. Deck fixing and econ. I don't think it's a can't pass because the second you have anything to do with your discards or you need to find a hand in PvP, like, it's generating a hangman at ante most of the time. But it's going to be better than to-do list, better than your 8 ball unless you have a Chad. I'll put it by reserved. Probably ahead of reserved, but below loyalty card. It's a solid pickup. Better than flat X-Malt on white stake. No, I think it's right there. Flashcard. Flashcard, another one of those scaling plus malts. On white stake, scaling plus malt is just so bad because by the time you spend the money to scale it to a meaningful amount, you probably have something better that makes it obsolete. It's an uncommon, so it's cost more than it's worth. You know, you don't want to re-roll just for the flashcard. If you have room for it, you know, you can roll and scale it. But early game, you're not going to roll a lot. It's going to be like plus 10 malts. And you're going to replace it with just the abstract joker in any of these. It's hard to even give it situational. Because I guess if you have like a Chaos the Clown, I guess it's very situational. We'll put it right above Crazy Joker. Yeah, scaling in multiplayer is very, very bad. Is Cat the best scaling joker? I guess Bean's the best scaling joker, but I think Cat might be the best scaling joker. The way you scale in multiplayer is with scaling re-triggers, you know. A photo does scale because it scales with the other jokers you pick up. Not scaling like a Madness or a Vampire. Campfire? I mean, I think Cat's maybe above Campfire. But Campfire's an interesting one. We'll get to that. Popcorn. Popcorn does its job, you know. It's going to give you enough malts to live those blinds, and you're not going to keep it longer than it would last either way a lot of the times. Plus 20 malts can be strong in PvP. It's a solid take from a Buffoon pack. I think I take the Droll if it's first shop over it, but I take the Popcorn over any of these. Obviously, Ante 2, it's going to be a great pickup, but Ante 1, going to be worse than all of these for sure. Trousers. I mean, I saw Owen utilize these pretty good in a match. I think there was a lot better lines that match, but it's not useless. It's not unplayable. Scaling trousers doesn't cost that much. And they do scale quick enough that they are enough to live the blinds. And you can get them up to like plus 20. I'll put them right below Jolly. Bean Glaze is getting out of hand. You put it top of C tier. You are a stone player. I don't think you can. Bean is top of B at minimum, but it's an S plus tier, so. Ancient Joker. Sometimes it's not endgame build, you know, it's not always endgame build because idle is better. But honestly, if you're doing idle, unless you find 5 jokers, you know, you got your copy jokers, you can't. Ancient is a good enough card to build your whole game around, and if the idle comes, you're still probably keeping that ancient over like a set of re-triggers. It's gonna be staying in the roster the entire game 9 times out of 10, so it is an endgame build joker. I think. Oh yeah, let's keep the Mime above it. I think I put it above Baron because I feel safer building into an Ancient Joker than a Baron because there's a lot more jokers that can scale off this, and Baron is just kind of hoping for the Mime. But Mime alone can be good. Ancient alone can also be good, but it does need stuff to enable it. So Ancient is an endgame card for sure in 90% of games. Ramen's a situational one, but it is useful to pick up an ante 2. In higher stakes, it's definitely more useful because it's a small condition on the X malt. You know, that's 2 X malt. I think I'm using a ramen more than a hologram often. Just because you can pick it up before PvP, you can still use all your discards, and it's increasing your score enough to help. But I think Steven is enough to do your whole score round. Ramen just can increase it a little bit. You're always going to be using your discards. You're never going to save discards to keep ramen, but it increases your score if you find it at the right time. Ooh. Okay, there's a few good ones coming up. What, where's the other one? Chico goes down here. I wonder how many times I've used Glass Joker. Like a radio? You mean walkie-talkie? Walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie is a strong card. Walkie-talkie, you just play a full house of 10s and 4s, and that's your scoring for a while. Walkie-talkie with a Chad. Walkie-talkie with some lucky 10s. You know, you can pivot out of the 10s into face cards pretty easily. Probably around the level of a Raised Fist, but because I like retriggers more than high card, it goes one above Raised Fist. Walkie-talkie is a solid joker to build into, but Fibonacci is just more scary face. Working with face cards is too strong, but it is solid scoring. Seltzer. I hate Seltzer. It's just a can't pass joker. You know, if you're not running retriggers, you can pass it. If you have your build, if it comes at the wrong time. Seltzer, as much as I hate it, as much as it sucks in multiplayer because of how the shop queue works, it is a joker you can't pass. But if you don't have something to enable it, you can pass it. But it's going to work with every retrigger build, and you probably have to hold it throughout the entire ante. But I think I would prioritize getting these off over it. The Vagabond Owen set is tomorrow. Okay, Castle. Castle's bad. It can be good. You know, it's similar to Runner. I think putting it right below Runner is fine. I never play checker decks, so I'm kind of discounting that. It just doesn't scale enough chips fast enough to keep. Probably better than Runner, though, because you can kind of just ignore it if you pick it up from a Buffoon pack. But $3 sell value, I'm probably going to sell that for interest rather than try to scale it at all. So Runner and Castle are in the similar boat, but because you can ignore Castle and it does something rather than Runner, you got to play straight. Never playing a straight for another reason. Unless obviously they have a value generator, but at that point you're not really doing Runner. I think Castle is a D tier for sure. Ooh, can I get some smiles in chat? For Ryan? I love Smiley Face. Smiley Face, you're almost always building into face card retriggers in Balatro multiplayer. And this is something to do that. It's better than Fib. But you're gonna try to take any value generator over it. You're gonna any flush house plus X malt is going to be better than it. But it is a good, solid pickup. Can be very strong. And probably the best scoring for the first few antes. Knowing when to get out of it is a hard thing to learn. But not the worst thing to keep either. Simple, what is that smiley face? Did anyone send the same smiley face? Misclicked 8-ball? I feel like I put 8-ball so high. Do you put hallucination below 8-ball? You find these both in a buffoon pack in ante 2, and you have a golden joker as well. What do you take? I think hallucination's just easy to use every time. The reason hallucination is just a pickup at any stage in the game. 8-ball is an early game pickup that you try to get some value from and then you get mad at. It's a good joker though. Campfire is a tough one. Campfire is a gamble whether it is worth it for the cost. If you have the right vouchers, Campfire very good. You know, you have overstock, you have discount vouchers. Campfire can scale enough to be meaningful in the first 3 antes, maybe even beyond that, depending how weak the seed is. But sometimes it can cost you being less deep in shop or knowing how much to go for it when your opponent does. It's a hard thing to pass, but you can pass it in a lot of scenarios. It's probably right below cat. I think I prefer cat. You know, cat is a keeper. You're gonna sell the campfire very quickly, but it can be strong to hold for an ante or two to get the lives back, you know, to spend that comeback money and even out the game, but it's just too strong in the right scenario. Okay, ticket. I mean, ticket is going up here somewhere. A lot of people put it S+ as their #1 joker. Ticket can be bait a lot of the time, but if you don't get ticket online and your opponent does, you probably lose that game. You know, ticket is a meta-defining card, the highest scaling econ in the game. You pick up gold cards over so many tarots just to find that ticket. And casting games, I've seen how strong missing a ticket can really matter. But I think rebate is worth it every single time, and it's a solid card. Ticket, if you just have 1 gold card and no retriggers, you can, or like 3 gold cards and no retriggers. Ticket is $3 if you're able to hold those gold cards anyways. So ticket can be bait a lot of the times, but it is an endgame econ joker. That is the endgame econ joker. If you can build into it, very strong. But if the tarots don't come and you need to fill that joker slot, sometimes ticket has to go. So I think it's honestly similar to Baron in that boat, where it can be bait, but it scales extremely high and is an in-game joker. Acrobat. 3x malt. You're always playing almost always playing one big hand in multiplayer. You are down to 1 life. You're taking the acrobat to score a little bit more. You can just, if your opponent tries to greed a little bit more than you do and you take an acrobat, that's a free PvP a lot of the times. 3x malt, you know, Chad, a lot of the times, provides 2.25. If you're doing Chad Ancient, you're doing Chad Glass. Acrobat's 3x. 3x is more meaningful in a lot of games than you think it is. So just being able to pick that up, and it works with every single build most of the time, it's a very solid pickup. Sock, endgame card. I think I like Dusk over it. I think I prioritize an Onk on a Sock than I do a Mime, because there's all the value you can get retriggering face cards, you know, smiley face, Chad, photo. Just retriggers so strong in this game, and on scoring versus in hand is what I prioritize. Swashbuckler doesn't do good enough on its own, but you can like pick it up in ante 2. It's a situational card because early game it's not very strong. You have to, it's an ante 2 card, and that's about it. Ante 2, when you have your value generators and there's no other scoring in the seed. And I think all of these can hold up on their own, and Swashbuckler can't. And it's going to be worse than any of these value generators, so Swashbuckler, D tier. Troubadour. Now, I do love me some hand size, but -1 hand hurts. Troubadour, I think people discount the -1 hand, or discount this Joker because of the -1 hand very often. But the thing is, -1 hand, because it's +2 hand size, you only get 3 less cards deep in your deck, and often you get deeper in your deck because it enables you to discard 5 cards. But also because it's barely even in a lot of scenarios, you can pass on it a lot of times. So it's not a can't pass Joker. But it's a solid pickup, and sometimes a juggler is just better because +1 hand size, -1 hand, you're taking the juggler over the -1 hand a lot of the time. So I think it's worse than a juggler, but hand size valuable in a lot of scenarios. So juggler goes above it. Certificates exactly like Seance. You need to find a way to get seals. But I hate the deck bloat that it causes, though there's a lot of value to gain from seals, you know, even if you're not getting that red seal immediately. Purple seals are valuable, gold seals are valuable, blue seals are valuable. You can get a lot out of certificate, but you do need to get out of it eventually. I mean, you can't pass a certificate, really. You probably have to sell the Midas Mask for a certificate. If you're missing that red seal or that purple seal, you have to take the ticket and hold on to it. I think Seance goes above it because you can pass on certificate if you have the cards in deck from card packs, but you cannot pass certificate as much as it sucks to take. Okay, Smeared. You might think it's situational, but Smeared can be used with a lot of cards. With how strong Idol is, I mean, I saw a match this tournament where someone just had Smeared, what'd they have? Smeared Pareidolia, I think, and a Sock. Smeared is deck fixing at the cost of -1 Joker slot. It enables an Ancient Joker. You know, you can pick it up before a PvP and score a lot more a lot of the times. It can synergize with a solid amount of cards, you know, Bloodstone, Ancient, all the suit Jokers. I think it's a solid pickup a lot of the times, but not going to be as good as these value generators. Where's Glass Joker? We're getting a Glass Joker. Where is Glass Joker? I saw it earlier. Am I blind? Oh, it's right here. It's glass. I saw right through it. Glass Joker's an interesting one for me because I know its potential, but I don't use it. Skip off. Skip off. Or actually, no, this is throwback. Throwback is terrible. Skipping in multiplayer, you're taking max 1 or 2 skips. You're maybe skipping for an idol, and at that point, throwback is useless. Extremely situational. You can get these to be usable a lot more. 1.25x is never going to be worth it. So, bottom of D tier. It's above unplayable because sometimes it's 1.5x. Sometimes you take two skips in the first 2 antes and it's like a polychrome card. But yeah, it's just bad. Chad. Now this is multiplayer Chad. I'm talking about multiplayer Chad that retriggers the first and second card once instead of the first card twice. So it's not as good as vanilla Chad. You know, this doesn't allow you to get as much value from photograph, as much value from the gold seal in your deck or the lucky card in your deck. But if you do have 2 cards you can play, it works with so many things in this game. It works on every card you play. It works with the photograph. It works with all the on-scoring. It's a common joker. A hard one to pass on. But it's a lot of times you're selling Chad. So I can't put it in endgame build. But I think I put it above Seltzer. Because if you're using Chad for value generation, you're probably going to keep Chad over the Seltzer. But you know, in vanilla, Chad's an S tier joker, photo Chad, OP combo. But in multiplayer, Chad's providing 2x a lot of the time. So you have Ancient Joker, Chad's 2.25x. If you have Photograph, Chad's 2x. If you have Bloodstone, Chad's 1.5x. It doesn't do that much because of how the rework works and glass isn't that strong. It just still is a good card for every retrigger build or even non-retrigger builds because of the value you can generate with a Chad, with an 8-ball, with a business card, with a Todd, with a walkie-talkie, with a Scholar. It just works to get a lot of cards online. Rough Gem. Rough Gem, good econ. You know, a lot of the times you have too much scoring, so you can't get more than $5 around, but it can scale up if you do have, you know, Red Seal Wilds, you're built into Ancient, and there's no other econ in the seed. It works pretty good with Smeared. But I think I like Golden Joker more. Golden Joker, you know, you can play towards your other value generators. Rough Gem, if you have any scoring, you play that flush and you're out, and that's $1 extra for the cost that it took to find it. But yeah, a good econ joker. Let's get through the suit jokers. Bloodstone. Bloodstone is 100% a can't pass joker. We saw 2 players ignore the Bloodstone in the tournament, in some tournament matches, and they were just punished. Bloodstone can often be the strongest thing in the seed. You know, the second you get a Dusk, that's your mid-game scoring, and sometimes even late-game scoring. You get the dice. You have to take a Bloodstone, and it can be potentially endgame build, but it is going to be a strong scoring, even though sometimes it's doing nothing. You know, if you just have Bloodstone, no retriggers, and you're at the PvP and you haven't found a Sun card, you're probably not using Bloodstone for scoring, but you can't pass on it. So I think Bloodstone, if I see these in a pack, I'd probably take the Bloodstone over it. I think Bloodstone goes right below the Chad. Because Chad, you're going to be able to keep throughout the whole game. Bloodstone, you're going to be able to keep throughout the whole game. But Chad, you can gain value from, and Bloodstone, you can't. Arrowhead, as we said, chips are very strong. And Arrowhead is about one of the strongest forms of chips. But because you have to play spades, and it's not as easy as face cards, it's not going to be higher than Scary Face. But, you know, all it takes is a spade flush to add 250 chips to your hand and one mult joker, and you're scoring quite a lot of tempo. So I think it's probably around this walkie-talkie raised fist angle. Mail-in Rebate is so trash. Mail-in Rebate might be the most broken card in the game. So that is an insane take. Mail-in Rebate, like, unbalanced almost. Onyx Agate, that's a joker you can build into. Fibonacci less punishing because clubs, you know, obviously aren't an endgame suit. But 35 mult on a flush immediately, so strong. And you can do Agate for your whole scoring up to like ante 4 or 5. So I think it's better than the Scary Face. And it's going to be a scoring joker you can build around a lot of times. That's going to be the card you pick. Unless you find some X mult say otherwise. I think putting it right below Fib 8 mult versus 7, as well as how many Fib cards are there? There's Ace 2 3 5 8. So 5 cards. So there's 20 cards that work with Fib and 12 that work with Agate, so it's just easier to draw hands. I guess it's probably easier to draw hands either way, because flushes are easier to draw than a full house, but I think I do put Fibonacci right above it. Glass Joker. I need to check the numbers on Glass Joker. I need to check the numbers. Okay, not page 4, not page 5, not page 6, not page 7, not page 8, not page 9, not page 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. 3 rounds completed with Glass Joker. I don't know how my record high is to 16.8. I think that's from another save, but 3 rounds completed with Glass Joker. Now, Glass Joker can be good. It can be good in some situations, but the thing is, if you're playing and re-triggering glass, you're going to be scoring a lot. So the amount that you gain from this is not much. And by the time you're not playing that much glass, you don't want to risk your glass until you have lots of copies of it, and you're going to be scoring a lot regardless. So I think this is a very situational card. I think it's better than Steel Joker because 0.75 scaling is very fast. But just a bad Joker because, as the problem with a lot of these, the time this becomes online, it's useless. Taking Square more than this guy? I mean, just because it's a rare Joker to find, you have to have glass in the deck. But I've seen some good players utilize this card, even though I haven't. Just because, you know you're playing 3 glass in this next PvP, and there's not much else in the seed. You're just doing Chad glass. It becomes a 2.25 or 2.5x Joker pretty quickly. Alright, this is the guy, Photograph. Photograph is interesting. Eternal Photograph is a big debate, a tough thing to take on a lot of seeds. I think I almost always take an Eternal Photograph, but we're obviously talking white stake here. Photograph, one of those scaling X malts that works different than the Lucky Cat campfire kind of scaling, because you take a photograph, it starts off as a 2x, but then with your retriggers and red seals, it's going to scale to a solid scoring joker. You know, oftentimes being an 8 or 16x card. There's, I think it's right around Bloodstone. Bloodstone, the top end is a lot higher, and you usually sell the photograph before the Bloodstone. So I think I put it below Bloodstone, but you always have to take a photograph, because if you're down photograph, you can easily just lose the game. If there's one retrigger, it's just an easy 4x to get online and can scale even higher. So you can't pass the photograph, but these other cards provide more value. Showman? What showman are we talking about? Are we talking about the greatest showman or the baitest showman? Sometimes the showman's a can't pass. If you have the right jokers, the right build, you know, any of these good common jokers, if you find a second one of them, a second rebate, a second ticket, a second chat, a second photo, it does so much. And then as well as having a second uncommon, just being up a joker on your opponent is so strong that showman can be game winning a lot of times. I just won a tournament match because I took showman and got a second sock and buskin, which is an endgame joker. So having a way to get a second copy of jokers, because sometimes, you know, you're doing high card, there's only 2 jokers you can really find for that build. If you can make a way to find more of those jokers without relying on finding rares like Blueprint Brainstorm, it just allows you to be able to fill your roster quicker. Showman is almost an econ joker because, you know, if there's only a few jokers that can fit into your build, you're going to be able to find that quicker. Sometimes it's bait. I think showman's a can't pass. And I'm taking showman more than the hack. I don't think you can pass on showman if you have good builds, a good build at all. If you have good jokers, you can't pass on showman unless you're selling like some very good econ for it. Showman's an A tier. Flower pot, it does something. You know, I think Blackboard, it's one of those X malt that you can hold longer. But there's a 3X. Oftentimes you're playing a flush house or something similar, so you can't really do flower pot. But if you're playing a 5 of a kind, that's probably most of the time you're going to score with this. You know, maybe a full house with your basic plus malt joker. So it's almost strictly a first PvP card. I don't think I can call Flower Pot a solid pickup. I think it does something sometimes. So it's going to be top of C tier. Alright. Blueprint, I mean, that's easy. You gotta take a blueprint. Being up a blueprint, just GG. No explanation needed. Wii Joker is, you know, it's valuable because you find a Wii Joker in a Buffoon pack, and that's $4. You know, sometimes that's better than a Temperance. It also provides Temperance value. You know, that's a egg that you've been holding for 1 round. It's a pretty terrible rare. And on White Stake, you don't want to be playing 2s. You're not going to scale that. It doesn't... You need... to scale Wii Joker, you need Shatter Dusk, and that's about it. I'm never going to be playing... You know, maybe you play a pair of 2s around. You're not going to be finding more than that. You're not going to be spending the value that you can gain in a blind on scaling a Wii Joker often. You know, it's definitely better than Square Joker. I think it's a more viable card to use. But it's just a bad card. I'd rather do anything else than play my 2s to scale a Wii Joker. It is a very situational card. You need one of the retriggers, Chad, Dusk, or Hack. to consider it, and you need one of those early game because the amount of chips it provides is just going to only be useful early game. This card's very strong. -1 hand size. That hurts. I think, like Juggler, Troubadour. The thing is, this is, you gain 2 discards. This one you gain +1 hand size for -1 hand. This is 2 discards for -1 hand size. And you just get less value from your discards. Unless your entire goal is to get deeper in your deck, to find a few cards and not a 5-card hands. These two can be interchangeable, but I think they are right next to each other, and probably Drunkard is useful in more cases than Merry Andy. It's 3 discards, but it's 2 extra over this one. It's 2. If you have to decide between these two, it's 2 discards for -1 hand size. And I think most of the time I'm taking the 1 discard over the 3. Dice is can't pass. You know, that's another speculative take, like a showman. Works with a lot of cards, you know, your business card, your lucky cards, your bloodstone. It's an econ joker. It's sometimes a scoring joker. Lucky cards are very strong to build into. Its lucky cards are gold, and dice makes them even better. Whoops, I just moved a lot around. I think dice is interchangeable with showman. But you probably try to greed the showman more than the dice. Downside of dice is glass. Yeah. If you're built into glass, you're not taking the dice. Okay, here's the big guy. This is maybe the mascot of multiplayer. This is how 80% of games are decided. It's your main scoring. It's not an S+ joker. It's useless for a lot of the game. But, you know, it is the endgame build. You find an idol, you know, even if you see the Baron, it's going to be an idle game 99% of the time. It's just the strongest scoring, and it's pretty easy to use if you have the right tarot gen. So, idol is an S tier joker. But not S+, because it's not useful all the time. If idol had some other, I guess you don't need a buff idol, but if it had some other use, maybe after you play the card, it destroys it. Damn, wait, we should add that. After you play the idol card, it destroys it. Holy, that would be a cool joker. Would you ever not pick up idol? Yeah, I would always pick up idol, but it's above A tier. It's a can't pass. Anything above here is pretty much can't pass on it. Seeing double, worse than Flower Pot in my opinion. Probably one above Ramen. Like, unless you're playing a flush house, it's probably going to be useful in that first PvP. And it provides 2x. It's a decently easy 2x to get online, but 3x is a lot more impactful than a 2x, so it goes below the Flower Pot. This guy goes down here. Hit the road. I really like building into jacks in multiplayer. It's always jacks or kings, because if you find a good card in a pack, like a red seal 9, you're going to have a much easier time getting it to a jack than a king. And the first strength in most games is just used on 2 10s to get them up to jacks because there's so many synergies with face cards. Just having more face cards in your deck is beneficial. So Hit the Road can be a good card. Definitely better than a baseball. Worse than... maybe Campfire's gotta go. I like Hit the Road more than Campfire. Very likely more useful than Card Sharpen, more scalable. Sometimes you can't do Hit the Road. It is a situational good card. You can't build around it completely. I'll put it right below Smiley. It goes right above Blackboard because you can usually consistently get it to 1.5x without trying too hard, and Blackboard you have to try for. So it goes right above the Blackboard. Ooh, all of the jokers. These are the jokers. The duo, it does something. You know, I think the duo is the bottom of a solid pickup. 2x is 2x. Unconditional. Well, basically unconditional because you're almost always playing pairs in some way or another. Trio, 3x is a lot more worth it for a Joker slot. Joker slots have value. In most games, the 2x is leaving very soon, but a 3x Joker slot, a lot more usable. And I think it goes right behind Acrobat because you can always do Acrobat. The Trio, you can miss your draw or whatever. So I think Trio goes right behind Acrobat because if you're playing a 3-card hand, you're only going to be playing one. And might as well play that one with Acrobat. Family. Doing 4 of a kind is a lot harder to do. Like, if you see the family in the first 2 antes, it's harder to pull that off than the trio. So you can pass on the family more often, and sometimes it's the first to go. It doesn't work with the flush houses. Obviously going to be better than a loyalty card because it doesn't cost any value. And you're usually 1 strength away from using the family. It is a 4x, but the trio, the difference from 3 to 4 is less than the difference from 2 to 3. And I think being able to do 3 of a kind is usually better. So the trio goes above the family. The order. The order is for the first PvP, and that's it. The first PvP, and that's it. It is a 3x. A lot of these jokers require you to play a full house. So even though these are a 2x and this is a 3x, these work with a lot of the early game scoring jokers that there are. You know, there's like no early game scoring jokers that require you to play a straight or encourage playing a straight. So you're only using this if you have a basic plus malt and you want to get the first life. Hologram above order? I don't think so on White Stake. The tribe. I think the tribe does something. You're built into flush 5, flush houses. If you have that slot for whatever reason or another, it's 2x you can pick up. There's a more reason and much more reason early game to play a flush. It's a 2x, so it's not that much, but it is something. So it does something. Stuntman, I almost want to put it situational, but it's not very situational. Stuntman is a joker you want to keep in the first 2 antes. Consistent scoring setup, like Stuntman's a tempo joker. You can throw this with a blackboard and a half joker, and you've got scoring that'll last quite a few antes and easily beat whatever your opponent has if they sell out of it sooner. The problem is it costs a lot of value to do a Stuntman. That's -2 hand size. You are selling this right after the PvP most of the time, especially on White Stake. But because it's just so strong early game with a basic flat malt, I think I put it right next to Half Joker. Half Joker makes it hard to get deeper in your deck. You're not really utilizing it in the blinds, but you're utilizing it in the PvP to score a lot early on. So Stuntman is a solid pickup early game for sure. Invis, can't pass Invis. It's, you know, it's going to be shaking the whole game until you find that idol or sock to use it on, and eventually risking it hits the 6th sense. But Invis can't pass probably over any of these. Probably the most can't pass Joker, and obviously not an endgame build Joker. Okay, there's just a few Jokers remaining. Brainstorm. We'll copy rebate with the Brainstorm blueprint, and then we'll put Bean ahead of them. Nah, I'll be honest with Bean. Nah, Bean is an S+. Because it's not an A tier, and it's not an S tier, but it does fit in S+. It doesn't fit in these categories, but it fits in this one. Satellite? Satellite is unplayable. Let's see. Let's look at the stats. Wow. Page 21 out of 21. Earn $1 at the end of round per unique planet card used. If I've used 3 different planet cards, I don't got room for a satellite. When you're not taking planet cards early game, and you're never using a diverse amount of planet cards, you're always just going to be trying to stack a few to block asteroids, to scale the hands you're playing. Satellite's so useless and never gonna be above $3, especially when you can take it. So it is worse than Rocket. It is the worst econ Joker. It just is. It's unplayable. We'll chop it with Dagger. Shoot the Moon. I used to love my Shoot the Moon builds. You know, Shoot the Moon, just another card that enables high card, and I think slightly better than Fist because you can usually get a little bit more scoring out of Shoot the Moon because you can do those 4 cards. Scales with the Mime, works with your steel cards. I think it's just exactly in that same boat. Sometimes Race Fist is better, but Shoot the Moon has higher scaling. So, Shoot the Moon is a solid pickup. Driver's License. If you have 16 enhanced cards, a lot of times Driver's License is not going to be worth it. But, you know, sometimes you're at 14 or 13 and there's not a lot in the seed. You've used your lucky cards and your bonus cards to score and get by. So it can be pretty good. Obviously, if it's online, it's just a solid X-Mall pickup, but it's going to be not very useful by the time you get it online. You're going to be scoring more than it helps. I'll put it above Blackboard. I'd rather try to use a few tarots, maybe pass on I don't know, Lovers and take the Empress instead to get Driver's License on quicker than do Blackboard. You know, once you get it online, very good, but not good enough, quick enough. Cartomancer. Cartomancer is a tarot every round, but the thing is, when Cartomancer triggers is the biggest thing that hinders it, because when you're exiting the shop, that's the most likely point you are going to have your tarot slots full, and you're missing Cardo value a lot. You can very rarely use this past the first few antes. You're usually going to take tarots in shop and fill your slots with those, so I think it's similar to Delayed Grat. Definitely better. I would rather get the value from an early Cartomancer than a Delayed Grat. I think I put it below Rough Gem because Rough Gem does have the potential to be good in those later game builds with those wild cards, red seals, whatever you have. but just does not work with later games Cartomancer. Okay. Astronomer. Astronomer, never worth buying, but it's a good card to pick up in a Buffoon pack because of its $4 sell value. Because if there's a planet card in shop that's econ, you know, it does gain you money. It does gain you the tempo that random planet levels give you. It does something. If you can, I don't know if I've ever bought an astronomer, but you take the astronomer from a Buffoon pack. Satellite synergy, well, you just sell the planet cards that you weren't going to use, so I don't know about that. It is useful when you have the spot and you can take it. It does something if you have the room. Burn Joker. Burn Joker you take for a few rounds. You drop it, you get those high card levels. I think it's very rarely worth it to use Burnt on any other hand other than high card. You're doing full houses. You have to somehow draw 2 full houses in the rounds. Saw Piton hold a Burnt over a Bean today, and it was just diabolical. And they were doing full house levels. I think I value the money from delayed Grat over a high card level if I find that in the first ante. I think it's a solid pickup. You know, you're ahead on high card levels if your opponent doesn't use it, if it does end up being a high card seed, but a lot of the times it's not. And it's definitely a Joker you're upset to see on a rare skip. Has stencil synergy. Or astronomer. Bootstraps. Very similar to Bull, but it is worse than Bull because it gives 10 malts, and there's a lot more things that can give 10 malts. So, right next to trading card, not very good, doesn't scale enough. And the multiplayer Jokers. But first we gotta do the legendaries. Canio. It's probably better than Cat. I think I have to. I hate to admit it, but all it takes is 2 Hangman. You got a 5x Joker. It can scale initially a lot quicker. Cat's probably better in a lot of scenarios. You can re-trigger your lucky cards, but honestly, Cat can hurt as well sometimes because you want to try to get your lucky triggers and then you can accidentally win. Yeah, Canio, solid pickup. Scaling X malts, you know, it's going to be obsolete when you're on these re-triggerable X malts, but is very solid tempo. Tribule, I mean, it's an S+. There's no downside to building towards a Tribule. It's never, ever bait. It's the reason you have to use a soul card sometimes. Probably the best Joker in the game. Probably. Yeah. I mean, play a 5-card hand, you've got 32x immediately. Immediately you find this, no matter what the situation of your game is, unless you're playing Abandoned deck, you have 32x. Which is just gross. Yorick is way worse than Canio. You can get Canio up to 3x before the PvP. You know, Yorick, sometimes you gotta sell it before it can scale up. But you know, it costs nothing to scale. You just discard it. I think Cat is better. Campfire costs too much to scale. Yorick's a bit slow, but if you're on the right deck, you have the discards for it. It is a solid scaling X-Malt. Perkeo, I mean, it's a can't pass. I don't think it's it's definitely not an endgame build Joker. You know, it's probably just the best form of a value generation card. I think 6 cents is above Perkeo, though. Perkeo can get you more copies of the cards you have. Sixth Sense gets you those cards that you need. So, Perkeo, A tier in multiplayer, you know, unless you've got some way to copy a cryptid, this isn't going to be doing much other than giving you a copy of a card around, which, honestly, just a better DNA, really, but it can be good econ as well, but I think you can't put it above Sixth Sense or Invis in a can't pass tier. Alright, the last few jokers are the multiplayer jokers. I don't love a lot of the multiplayer jokers, especially Speedrun. Speedrun is annoying. And I do pass Speedrun a lot of the time because it's just not a fun card. Unplayable. Not fun. I mean, I just played a 4.5 hour set the other day, so clearly not a card I can use. So unplayable. Conjoined. It's almost a can't pass because if your opponent takes it, you kind of got to take it to be able to compete. I think Conjoined is better than Loyalty. If you have a way to score consistently, Conjoined's very good. If you're on a deck or you have the vouchers to have more hands, it's easy to pull off. You know, 3x is 3x, and it's unconditional if you're good enough. So, if it's costing you value, you get rid of it, but 3x is 3x. Loyalty card, probably more annoying to do and more punishing. Pizza? Pizza is a solid pickup. You know, +2 discards for an ante is very good. You do have to sacrifice some scoring oftentimes to take this into the PvP. You know, that's -1 Joker slot for the PvP. But obviously, first 2 antes, first 3 antes, you have a rebate or something. You already know you're going to lose this PvP. Getting that discard is nice. The downside is it gives your opponent a discard as well. This gives you +2 discards at the end of PvP and your opponent 1 for the next ante. So if they're also in the setup, they win that PvP because you took this Joker and they gain value the next ante as well. But +2 discards is +2 discards. I probably put it in the worst way to gain discards because it gains them for your opponent and costs a Joker slot, or for the PvP, and doesn't give you any value in PvP. So it's a solid pickup, similar to a cola, but because you have to hold it in PvP, worse than these. Penny Pincher. Penny Pincher is a very good econ joker. If your opponent's on good econ, it's a good way to catch up. If you have the exact same setup as your opponent for econ, you just gain 1/3 of that instantly. If the game, you know, has a lot of gold seals and good econ that way, you can take this as a way to just increase your econ easily. It also is a good joker because it gives you information on where your opponent's at. You know how much money they're spending each shop. You know if you're ahead and how greedy you need to be with your rolls. I think I put it, because there's a lot of econ in the game and there's less tarot gen, I probably put Hallucination above. But it's not good econ early game, so I don't think I can put it in can't pass. Probably one above Reserve Parking. But you know, sometimes you take it and your opponent's making $2 a round on some minimum wage salary and you get nothing. So, B tier. Pacifists in White Stake. It does the same thing as these jokers. You can beat the blinds with it, and that's about it. Or D tier. Is a D tier joker. And these can be used in PvP. I think it goes right above Sly. 10x, you know, you can full greed and safely get out every time, you know. You can do your full discards for faceless and live. So it is good for that, but in white stake, not a good card at all. Taxes in white stake requires the right seed and the right insight on what your opponent is doing. You know, if there's an early riffraff and you see this, sometimes you try to keep it. Plus taxes, if you don't know, gives... Actually, I don't know. Is it +5 or +4? Plus taxes gives +4 malt for every card your opponent sold in the ante. So you don't get any value until the PvP. This isn't a card you can use to live the blinds. And because of that, it's a lot worse than it should be. You know, your opponent doesn't sell anything and you hold this to the PvP. Maybe that's a value generator you could take. In early game, you want to be able to live the blinds, and this just doesn't help you with that. And then in the PvP, you probably have a better setup than what taxes provides, but sometimes it can be pretty strong for tempo. I think in white stake, very, very situational card. And because of that, we'll put it right below misprint. Defensive Joker. Defensive Joker is strong. Chips are strong. And Defensive Joker gives a lot of chips. Defensive Joker basically evens out the lives. You know, you lost the first PvP. If you see one of these in shop and you have some basic plus malt, it can easily get you that life back and even them out. It's not something you want to see when you're ahead, but it is a strong Joker, a solid pickup if it does something for you. I think it's in the same realm as these. If the half Joker works for you, it can easily give you more time to catch up to your opponent and find out why you lost the last PvP. So defensive, a good pickup. Skip off. Skip off gives... Actually, what's my skip off at? I've held skip off for 12 rounds. It gives hands and discards for the skips you've taken over your opponent. I am very much of the philosophy as play the exact same as my opponent. So this thing is often the exact... I play the exact same as my opponent. And because of this clause of additional blind skipped compared to your nemesis, it's not +1 hand and discard for blind skipped. It's blind skipped over your nemesis, and I'm always trying to keep that even. Very rarely, and maybe max taking 1 skip. So +1 hand and discard is good. But, you know, I've held this 12 rounds. It is extremely situational, though it can be strong. So we'll put it... Burglar gonna be +3 hands, -3 discards most of the time. I think this is more situational. Burglar's gonna be useful in a lot more scenarios, so put it right below that. Let's go gambling. It's econ, it's scoring, and it hits every time. You can't pass a gambling. Gambling with dice, insanely strong. You know, your opponent passes gambling. Sometimes you have a 1 in 4 chance to just win that PvP because of it. It's, on average, making $10 a round. I think it's right below Vagabond. Maybe Vagabond goes here, and then Gambling goes above Riffraff. But everyone loves gambling. And that concludes the tier list. All, what, 160 jokers for multiplayer, maybe 156 rated. We've got S+, the best joker, Tribule, and then down here, just jokers you want to be avoiding in your multiplayer matches. I think this is a good list if you are just getting into multiplayer, you know, learning what's the meta. These are the cards you see. You can't ignore any of these. I think that's imperative. If you're in stone right now, make sure you know how to use these cards, but just keep an eye out for them. Know that these are very often a can't pass. You gotta take that. Don't just roll past the certificate because, oh, I don't use that in my gold stake runs. Or I guess you probably would use certificate. Don't just roll past the faceless because that's too annoying to use in my gold stake runs. In multiplayer, things are a bit different. These are very good cards. You gotta value X mult early game. You gotta know what's gonna scale into the end game. And yeah, it's basically take these to live the blinds, take these mid game to win the PvP and gain some value, and take these to get those high scoring builds that take you well into the E's. But this is the only correct multiplayer tier list. You're not allowed listening to anyone else's opinion. That's it. What do we think, chat? What do you think is the most controversial thing on this list? Let's zoom out. You're not allowed to say bean, by the way. Four Fingers needs some love? No, it doesn't. I think Shortcut is... The only reason you take Four Fingers is to enable Seance and Superposition. On White Stake, you're not going for those Saturn levels or anything. And Shortcut just does a better job than this. And very situational because you can get like a flush 5 sometimes if you have the exact right setup. Earlier than your opponent. Vampire S+. One round completed with this Joker. You know what? Maybe I'm sleeping on Vampire. I'll let you know after you get... I get $50 or $60 from Lucky Procs and you get none. I think Gift Card is probably the most controversial one on this list. Maybe, you know, I just don't know its true value, but I feel like it's just so rarely worth taking for the Joker slot. Ticket over Rebate? Rebate's always an amazing econ Joker. Ticket, very often not usable. Stuntman? I think Stuntman being next to half in a solid pickup for early game, like 250 chips is so strong if you just have... You can get so many X-Malts online with a Stuntman so easily that don't work with a lot of setups like this, and then 3 Jokers and you have your scoring setup to easily take a life. Oh, you'd have it higher. Let's see. Magnet S+. Hey, do you know what Magnet is? Probably too new gen. Chaos feels high? I mean, it's in the can't pass tier, you know, maybe Chaos isn't... Well, I think it's an A tier Joker, but you see a Chaos, that's a free roll. Yeah, this is white. You're trying to... Toshimo, you're trying to play strong hands in multiplayer, and usually your strongest hand that you can only play once is gonna be twice as good as the one you can play twice. So it's like a 1.5x in your total score a lot of the times, and you can miss your draw a lot. So flower pot too strong with wilds. You're not going to be building into wilds for a flower pot, and if you're building into wilds, you're doing ancient joker, so flower pot's just useless. Obelisk 2i. There. Pizza's bum. Pizza's a good card. First PvP, because it can win you the next PvP. Because it gets you to find your entire deck so quickly. Banner's pretty good. Ricky, you better change your opinion. You're about to start your match. Banner with 3 discards gonna be like 30 chips by the time you're playing your hand, and then you lose your rebate value. Canio's A? No. Parking is A? I do love me some parking. But I think I would sell out of parking to take all these before PvP, or all the jokers above it in B. The bus could be higher. No, it cannot. Even on abandoned deck, the bus can't be higher. I think you guys are forgetting this is white stake. These are unplayable. I don't think it's up for debate. Maybe Squimbo could be bottom of D. Alright. It is tournament time. Three hours of rankings? I did really just spend 3 hours ranking some jokers. Holy. We are watching Ricky versus Reelstory. Ricky definitely put on a show last game. So, you know, they're looking for a chance to get some redemption. Surely they will. Navolta, thank you for the super chat. After your last match, you put us through 3 different heart attacks. What's with all the reverse sweeps? Someone in chat said we all being leaved. Petition to call chat the being leavers. I would prefer not to call you guys being leavers. But I appreciate the super chat very much. 3 different heart attacks. I'm so proud of that hard card play. That is multiplayer. It's just playing optimal to its core. Calculator allows you to do that and to be risky like that. That wasn't a risky play because I added the things up. The only risk was me being bad at math, which I guess is a pretty high risk. Tied with Sizak? No, it was way longer than Sizak's. Alright. Tech stake. They haven't decided their decks. We got a minute. Let me pull up their streams. Hope Beam never faces Sizak reverse sweep. We are in different divisions in Major League, but you know, maybe we'll do the best of 5 finals. Go to game 5. 7-hour set, and we get to torture Zeno all in one. That'd be peak. Who's with me? Alright. Ricky versus Reelstory. Let me change title. Crazy you didn't name yourself The Reelstory and stick with it for this long. I'm sorry. Alright. Let's watch some Balatro. They're doing their bans. Ban Gold Stake. Ban Nebula Checkered Black, Green, Yellow. Interesting. I think Reelstory maybe is starting stream. Oh, they're actually live right now, but it's still just a black screen. Never mind. It should be updated now. There we go. We've got 2 players streaming Balatro full screen. Can't take that for granted with how some of the matches in this tournament have gone. You playing fantasy MLB? I really want to. I tried to do my drafts at the start of the stream. It's so hard to budget in a bean. $18 too expensive for the top of the picks. Like, you can't do much with $12 to pick 3 players. I guess that's 3 $4 players. It's just too hard to budget. Just give me a bigger budget. Like $1 more so I can get Feinberg. I tried to buy you, Edsy. It's hard to fit me and you on a roster. It really is. They're going erratic, painted, and abandoned. The picks from Reelstory. Very interesting. And it looks like we're going black stake. With erratic, painted, or abandoned. Maybe I don't have to update the overlay? Just waiting on Ricky to pick the deck. They're doing erratic. I don't gotta edit anything. Camera's pointing so high. I look so short in this chair. Erratic black. A very Solid combo. Alright. They are starting now, but because of the delay, they're restarting in a minute. So I'll be right back while we're waiting for that. Also, how did I just hear ping while my Reelstory is on my monitor? Alright. Who's ready to watch some Balatro? Ricky versus Reelstory. The streams are mostly synced. Starting off on erratic. 5 queens, 4 kings, 7 sevens. Yeah, it's probably gonna be the most vanilla erratic deck you've ever seen. Which is why I hate erratic deck. But you know, in this tournament where I want to play towards more vanilla decks, I guess would have been a good thing. But yeah, with basically even face cards, there's not going to be much special about this deck. Maybe you play a 5 of a kind with the 7s early on. 19 diamonds in the deck. Ricky misses the diamond flush. We'll see. Reelstory does the same, greeting the 2. How did... Ricky must have done a really greedy flush draw. It's going to be a 2-hand win either way. Reelstory's going to run into the same problem. They go even greedier. I'm not sure if Ricky did that same thing. There's a Jolly Joker. One of those... You just take it to live the blinds. Jokers. Wow, Reelstory taking 3 hands. They were super greedy with this flush. I mean, so many diamonds in the deck. You'd think you would have an easier time winning, but a lot of those are low diamonds. An early Spectral, there's a Deja Vu or an Immolate. Immolate can get you that interest online so fast. But Deja Vu is an endgame thing. You need to get this Deja Vu. The sooner you get it, the better, because you can copy, you can get an enhancement on it. But obviously the Immolate could be better if there's another way to get that red seal. Reelstory taking that same line with the Jolly Joker. Three of a kind probably just clears, no? Here's the Spectral pack for Reelstory. $1 down just because of that extra hand taken in the first blinds. Probably gonna take the Deja Vu as well, but obviously Red Seal tempting. You know, there could always be a Deja Vu in this pack. I don't think a couple Hangmans and $20 is worth the risk, but Reelstory might take it. This is a big divergence. I feel that money is going to go a long way. It's just, will they be punished for not having a Red Seal? You know, sometimes the Red Seal doesn't provide enough value, and sometimes the Red Seal just comes in the card pack. Reelstory also probably taking that because of this odd Todd partly. A great source of chips early on. You know, just a pair scoring 900 points. Scoring more than this full house from Ricky. They're going to greed trying to get that one-hand win still. 4 of a kind should be plenty. Here's an Arcana pack that Reelstory was able to afford, and Ricky wasn't, with Hierophant and Hangman. Do you get a purple seal in the standard pack, so that's a good enough card to copy. It is gonna be valuable, and is it good that Reelstory does have a card to at least build towards being down that Red Seal? I mean, it's looking like it pays off so far, but the second that Red Seal comes into play, they're gonna be behind, and that's gonna be scoring that Ricky is up. Ricky getting a different odd Todd, so it does come back. That is quite big for them. Also, Reelstory selling out of that hallucination for the little bit of extra payout in this blinds. Chaos the Clown, we know that's a must-take Joker. Reelstory getting punished a bit for not taking this voucher first shop. I feel we would have saved quite a lot of money. You know, we haven't found a Temperance, and the Temperances aren't even worth taking. I think getting that voucher a little sooner would have been nice, especially with how much we've been buying in these shops. Definitely better than the cost of the rerolls. Ricky buying it on $15, just going for one of these Arcana packs. Did they realize how poor they were? An Eternal Chad. We are on Black Stake. It does at least give odd Todd value at the moment. I think we saw Reelstory consider one of these in an earlier set in the tournament. They pass on it here. Have another blind to go. Ricky hasn't even found this Chaos. Interesting. I don't know how they haven't found Chaos yet. Down a Buffoon back, or Reelstory must have rolled twice. Wow, just no odds in this blind to get out. Saving that discard for the purple seal, but there's just nothing. Skipped Chaos? Did he not just watch my tier list? Chaos is a must take. I mean, how much econ was he on? Oh, we get our first purple seal value. A Moon card is very good to do a flush house. I'm not sure how many lines there are for a flush house with the deck. You know, we have a lot of diamonds. But a Moon card could easily be the line to win in this PvP. I don't think we're ever getting this voucher. Business card, another must take. We've got an okay amount of base cards. I do kind of like the strength here. At $8. It is scary there, but you just take it. You just kind of gotta. One thing Ricky is up right now is this voucher. Reelstory would have 100% gain the money from the cost of the voucher in just this ante alone. So it was a very worthwhile take. Spins the wheel instead of selling it for Hermit. A bold play, and it pays off with foil. We're going voucher last. Haven't popped a single temperance. We're going voucher last. Interesting line for sure. I think we maybe think interest is more than it actually is, but took the voucher, up $8 and quite a lot of jokers, deck fixing, and everything here. Only down a red seal. I mean, the Immolate looking like a great play and very rewarding here. I'm a bit salty because the Immolate I took was over a Talisman, and that was the most punishing Immolate. Up foil, Reelstory should take this, but obviously going for the right hands, important here. You know, we've got Odd Todd, we can draw 5 of a kind. It looks like Ricky might be doing that. They also have this Hierophant that Reelstory sold, so they don't have the same... They don't have much of a debuff from not having this foil. We're looking for the Flush House, I think, on Reelstory's side. Close to finding it. Let's see what we get from this purple. A world card. We find the Flush House. It gets us business card value. I mean, there's so little malt in the seed, it's likely gonna take it unless Ricky pulls out a Flush House with this hand as well. Obviously, with those extra bonus cards or odd cards, it should take the PvP. And they know they have to go, yeah, for the Flush House here. They do find it. I think that takes the PvP. Just better discard straight up. And that bonus, he's gonna win the PvP. Oh wait, never mind. We have a 2 pair here. Is that enough? It is not. Wait. It's not enough. 100 chips off. World card. Flush. Flush. Oh, we don't have a flush. There's nothing. Just short by 100 chips. Ricky able to win behind foil, behind deck fixing, because they just discarded for the odd flush. I mean, Reelstory's still in a great spot. Honestly, Ricky could have used this comeback money much more than Reelstory. I don't know what we're thinking in this blind. There's just nothing you can do at this point. Playing the high card. Yeah, they just needed one more spade and they would have got there. There's the Eternal Chad. Ricky, frame 1 buys it. No contemplation. That's going to be a hard thing to work around. There's a Midas Mask, Riffraff. I think with this Chad Chaos, and you can't sell anything, you got to get rid of this Riffraff for the Midas Mask for sure. There's a Gold Seal 9. We have a solid amount of 9s in the deck. It's a great pickup. We're going to be selling out the Riffraff, taking the Midas. Ricky, looking at this rare skip, they're likely just going to do the same as their opponent. I mean, just looking at these Joker lineups, I love the spot Reelstory's in. But Ricky is up 2 extra retriggers. You know, we find a photograph, that is 4x that Ricky is up immediately. So, this game could easily sway, but Reelstory with the Econ lead and this Chaos lead is going to find so many things so much quicker that a 4x might not matter. That's a good use for a Chad as well. The business card pickup is great. Why are we looking at... We're looking at the Buffoon pack and not this banner, right? Why did they keep... We have Odd Todd Chad. What do we... Oh, wait. Banner was one of the jokers that Ricky was talking about. Maybe that was bait. They did learn. They did learn before their match, like I said. Reelstory, able to get pretty good value out of this Midas Mask and business card combo. Just doing so good on Econ. I mean, Ricky is going to be able to catch up. Having this red seal, having this chat is going to be a lot of money with the business card. Never mind. Probably play this flush here. Calc it just in case. There's a hologram. I mean, this is a pretty mediocre pack. Obviously, hologram, highest sell value. Along with those pants. And there's the Seance. It's a must-take. Eternal Family. Reelstory probably going to pass on this. And that could be good for Ricky. As long as... I mean, Ricky's prepared for the endgame with this red seal. And... might take the family, which is just another 4x, but they're still just so behind on Econ. But when these come up, if they're able to utilize them, I think Reelstory gonna pass on the family. I think Reelstory is the one that forced Black Stake this game, am I right? Yeah, Reelstory is the one that forced Black Stake. I'm very surprised. I think a lot of people who force Black Stake are a little less greedy taking Eternals. I'm surprised to see Reelstory passing on all of these Eternals. I mean, the family and the Chad are very reasonable to pass on, but it could give Ricky the chance to tempo, and taking that first life was very strong. Obviously, I think this next PvP is GG because Reelstory just up the hit the road and ahead in shop thanks to that Chaos the Clown. Chaos the Clown pass. Such a throw from Ricky. Such a throw. It is way too valuable of a joker. Their Reelstory is going to be ahead in shop this whole game because of that pass from Ricky. Looking for a club flush on Reelstory side. We got out of the Midas. They were thinking they had enough value from it. You can't get rid of the Jolly. I think that was a fine play. Gets a straight flush. Does draw the straight flush for the superposition. Forgets. That's an Onk. That is an Onk. I'm not sure if Ricky's going to go for the same sounds, but this Onk is going to be much less usable, and that puts Reelstory in a great spot for late game. You know, they didn't take any Eternals, and this Onk is insanely strong the second we find something to copy. Should we Onk Seance? Get an Onk Seance to find the Deja Vu, because Reelstory's down the Deja Vu. Gets Telescope. That is insane. Spending that much on Telescope. Observatory is not a good enough car voucher to justify getting the second tier, and Telescope is just bad. That was, I'm very surprised Reelstory takes that voucher. That's just a big $10 cost. Reelstory, I'm not sure what there is to consider here. I think the death on the 10 is kind of the only option, especially down the red seal. Maybe hoping to use it to help them draw their hands. Or just waiting to use it to get max hit the road value is likely the case. And he gets punished because now it's hard to utilize all our discards properly. We gotta discard these purples one at a time. Definitely can't get rid of the Onk. You know, navigating this hand could prove difficult and leave Reelstory in a good spot, or Ricky in a good spot to take this PvP, which does matter because Ricky kind of on a timer to tempo their opponent and take them down 4 lives to none. And 2s from Ricky's side. We see 8,000. They do have the world card. Yeah, just using these discards very difficult for Reelstory. Gonna cost them some purple value trying to get extra hit the road discards. I'm not sure what the hit the road is at the moment. They have 2 jacks left. It's probably at a 2x. 3 jacks left. Looking for the flush house. This misprint being their only mult, so if this misses here, Ricky's gonna have turn order. They have a solid full house hand, has a flush house hand. You know, and they're not gonna be able to use this tarot card to draw the straight flush like Reelstory did, but Reelstory doesn't draw a flush house. They do have a 7 in deck. You gotta discard a lot of gold to look for it, and still it's less than a 50-50 chance you draw it. If Reelstory doesn't draw this flush house, they do lose. Ricky goes full scoring, copying or chatting the aces. 17,000 from Reelstory. Oh, they discard the jacks here too. They should honestly easily. Never mind. They need misprint luck or they need the flush house. Could get ahead in voucher queue. You need that and the second tier. Gets the flush house. Reelstory is going to take this PvP. No matter what the misprint does here. Though at the cost of quite a lot of gold card value. But that is very good for them that they did win that PvP. Didn't give their opponent as much of a chance to tempo them down. There's the Midas Mask for Ricky. We're quite behind in shop. Having to pick between Gold Seal and Purple, getting a little standard pack because of the order we open them in. Another Gold Seal pops up, so it's not going to be a big deal losing that. He does need to score 8,000 here. That's not nothing when all you have is Jolly Joker and Odd Todd. Another straight flush from Reelstory as well. It's so scary living off misprint alone. They're just going to play this now, risk. I mean, it's very low odds that this does win, but you know, misprint can always hit the plus 20. And there it is. They lost purple value. Does get an aura. Not going to be as valuable down a red seal, but still, if this hits polychrome, even a holographic at this point, because we have such low base malt, he's going to be solid. There's an 8-ball. We don't have the Chad on the Reelstory side. Not going to be worth picking up. Aura's the purple. It's just a foil. So really, we're kind of just banking on this Ankh paying off. We're using the Chariot on the blue seal instead of the red. I believe the red seal is a red seal jack. That is very nice because now we have a consistent score. We don't have to play it safe. The holographic hit. We'll see. Does Ricky survive this blind? With this death, probably. Probably can live without using it. See what this full house scores. It doesn't win. You know, I think a death on that bonus 9 would do it, but that is a costly death. Do they see the line? They might rip the judgment over the They didn't get the Midas on the red seal. That's a red seal king. We've gotten that many strengths already. Insane. We hit the judgment. Spaceman, do we hit the risk? Well, wait, I don't see the line for selling it. We're going to use the death. I don't think getting out of Midas early is worth that, but, you know, now we can replace it in the shop with no extra thought. But a rough blind for Ricky. We're going all in on Riffraff. We're ignoring the Seance, which I think is a great play. You know, we've seen the Ankh and a foil aura. Ricky not going to be able to use the Ankh. Okay, if you're Ricky... Oh, we're just going... We're on Plasma deck. What is this? I think that was an insane play. We have no malt. We sold Jolly Joker for a Riffraff, and then we take an Ice Cream Hallucination. Someone get this guy to watch the tier list. No superposition value this blind from Reelstory. Is Ricky just relying on a flush house here? If you were gonna do that, you might as well try for the Riffraff. That was Joker's Reelstory was never gonna get to see here. I think that was a little mismanaged from Ricky's side. It's gonna be hard to generate econ here as well. Reelstory has a red... Oh, there's just a red seal king in the pack? Red seal gold king in the pack? And now they're just fully unpunished. Unpunished from the pass on the deja vu. Completely. That, I mean, Reelstory in an amazing spot now. Ricky kind of just needs to take this family and hope the Chad family tempo pays off. And there's nothing to use this Ankh on. But a great play from Reelstory that's definitely paying off to go immolate there. Is Ricky dead to this blind? Yes. It is worse EV to play that. Yeah, I think if you're gonna sell out of the Riffraff, it should be for some safe scoring and not 200 chips. That is not gonna carry you through the blind. And we haven't seen the family yet, or did we pass on it? No, we definitely haven't seen it. There's a Mars. You gotta take this misprint. We're so behind in shop. The chaos skip is just so brutal. Brutal to be this behind in shop. That family was the last ante for Reelstory. We've used so many strengths. We're gonna get the 5-kind online so quick. A 4x would have won us this PvP, but we're just so behind in shop. We're seeing it 2 antes later. Chaos the Clown, such a valuable card. Being that ahead in the shop is very important. Reelstory does have the advantage here with the hit the road. It feels bad discarding this many gold cards, looking for that lush house. I think you play here and save your discards to get more value out of the jacks. You can also play the pair of kings. Oh, we're looking for seance value in this blind. We're going for seance. I think you still play this. Are we looking for a queen maybe? Ricky has this? I don't know about that. When you don't put him against an opponent who Ankh Seance, it's a tough match for Ricky for sure. They are gonna need to take this family, and they're gonna need the seed to be very bad. Yeah, Ricky going for econ here, it looks like. Does not have the resources viable, and Reelstory is going to be able to exploit that and play pretty strongly for econ. Ricky's still looking for the flush house here, I believe. There is a line. Reelstory plays their hands. They need a 6 for the flush. We're looking for a flush house. We are going to go for scoring. There's the flush house. Even just with the 1.5x is going to be enough here. And no flush house from Ricky. I think using turn order here. I mean, yeah, you probably should just play your hand now and stop them from gaining value. You know there's business card in the seed. They're not gonna gain value because they think they need to score more, but... Oh wait, actually Ricky's ahead on scoring. What am I saying? They can't just play and stop their opponent from playing. I'm dumb. So they're doing the right thing of waiting. But yeah, flush house. So many chips. We've got the steal. We've got the 2x. 40,000. Ricky's gonna be able to get some econ here. They're gonna finally find the family, hopefully in this next shop, and replace this 50 chip hologram. There it is. Eternal family, you gotta take that on one life. I mean, there's almost zero question. Another 4, I mean, 5, level 5 4 of a kind is strong. They just need to take 3 more lives. They need Reelstory to be too greedy. They need this seed to be bad for 3 more lives. Dice business. 20,000 we need to score here. I mean, black stake scaling is being brutal because there's just no consistent base malt here, except for the 4 of a kind levels that Ricky has, and they're gonna be able to use the X malt. Why are we keeping this hologram? We're not opening card packs to scale it. We don't need the hologram. You can sell the misprint as well, but this hologram is just nothing. Yeah, I think Reelstory, I mean, they got the 2 things. They got the Ankh, that's the only thing to get from this seance. You got the Deja Vu. Are they going to be like Phoenix and get a little too greedy with it? Hologram stays over Odd Todd. I guess we're playing 4 of a kind king, so that's understandable, but insane. Making sure they can win. It should probably win. With the Chariot, it definitely wins. But that's like 4,000 plus all the extra chips they have is like 6,000 times 4. Yeah. They win with just a 4 of a kind and their levels. That dice business is very nice for Reelstory. You know, they do need to score 20,000 here. They can't be too greedy. You know, maybe getting rid of their flush house potential here. If misprint sucks, could easily die. 10,000, I mean, that makes it a lot less likely. I mean, being behind in shop is so bad for Ricky. We have a hologram when we could have a Chaos the Clown. And this Chaos would allow us to find this dice sooner. We have the Chad. We would have had the family sooner. We would have taken last PvP. Chaos Pass could be the losing decision of the game. Just being that far behind in shop because of passing Seance. Obviously, they're behind in shop as well because of the Immolate. But Chaos is just so many rolls. And seeing things later is punishing so much. Because we don't have this dice. We didn't have this family when we needed it. Just, there's a reason it is an A-tier Joker. Consult the tier list. There's a star card. I mean, we're doing 4 of a kinds. We have so many levels in it. Oh, we're doing 4 of a kind 9s, I guess. There's more kings in deck than 9s, so I would have loved to see a magician on the kings. But all these chariots are nice. I honestly, because we're playing this king so often, this chariot goes perfectly with that king. And is going to be a lot of scoring. Let's see, Reelstory on $43. There's a certificate. We have purple, blue, gold, and red seals. This is a time where you can pass on certificate for sure. There's, oh, the king is already steel. I mean, Ricky can score quite a lot right now. Also, play the 2 non-enhanced kings and look for the 4 of kind 9s. Or play the steel king, maybe? The discards are a little odd. For sure. Fold discarding the 9s. Playing the gold kings, I guess. Ricky's actually in a great spot right now. They just need there to be no, like, really strong scoring jokers, because their scoring is honestly solid. With the steel and the 4 of a kind levels and the family, and look at this 1.25x hologram, and we're taking stone cards when we need to draw a 4 of a kind. Please drop hologram. He is proving to me that I was right in putting it in C tier. I might even put it in D tier, and that would be even more justified. I put it C tier. It does something, and in this case it's providing 50 chips, and we're taking Steel Joker over it. There's the oops. Gotta take the oops. You pass on the oops for a Steel Joker when you have business card. Interesting plays for sure, but on one life, I get it. You're in a drastic spot. I mean, if we use these magicians better, we could also use this oops for scoring with the Chad. I believe Ricky's ahead in Tarot Queue despite being behind on Econ. But yeah, a Chad would have gone so far for Reelstory. Though they are glad they didn't pick it up because of this Ankh. Can you not hold these kings? Oh, because this has a chance to win. Don't you love gambling, guys? That's gonna get out. And a plus 20 from the Magician. I mean, passing on dice for a Steel Joker is gonna punish Ricky. And Reelstory in such a good spot for Econ. It's looking less and less likely that this Ankh isn't gonna pay off. Reelstory literally just needs anything decent. There's a chariot for the red seal. We're going to use the moon and rip an emperor, though. Greeting for that potential ticket. Or do we rip the chariot now? Emperor for a tower instead. They can be a little greedier here because they are on 3 lives. Another moon card. I mean, flush houses should be easy to draw, but Ricky should have no problem taking this PvP. We're playing the king, so we're going for the 9s, 4 of a kind, because we want to hold all of the steel kings on Ricky's side. Hit the road up to a solid amount. We have 9 hand sides for both players. There's the moon card coming out, so we can use these purple seals for Reelstory. That's a very good hand for Ricky, and we're getting even more hit the road value. I mean, they are definitely going to be prolonging this game. You have the option to unlock Flush 5, but I think with the amount of 4 of a kind levels we've been able to take up to this point, just going to be doing the 4 of a kind. And you don't have turn order, so you can't really take that risk. Never mind, they're just going to play it? No. Yeah, it's a 1.5x to just play the 4 of a kind here. I hope we play the lucky 9. Okay. The order does not matter as long as the lucky is in the front too. No plus 20, but there's going to be significantly more than Reelstory scoring setup at the moment. 709,000. That's going to let them know to just go for econ here, and they do have a lot of econ to gain, especially when they don't have to worry about beating the blind. I don't know what you're thinking if you're on Reelstory side. Maybe thinking your opponent found something to onk. But really, they just took every Eternal that's come up. I mean, Ricky needs a photograph to show up. That's what Ricky needs. A photograph is going to provide a lot of value and maybe be an iffy card to onk for Reelstory. 2 lives left. That's all Ricky has to do is take 2 lives. Another Eternal Chat. I think with the onk upstairs, you just can't really take that, even though it's so much value with the setup we have at the moment. Or can we see the bracket? If you go to the YouTube stream, it's in the description. I need to add a command for that, but that's where it is at the moment. Bloodstone. The thing is, you can't onk Bloodstone here. That is the one card you can't onk, but it is a lot of scoring. We're not built into hearts, though, which is the only bad thing for Reelstory, but 1 sun and we're there. Also, a Polychrome card did just come up. Bloodstone is good news for Ricky, because that's probably the worst of the good pulls for Reelstory. Being able to onk here is so difficult. There's a photograph stickerless. I mean, you just take it, right? Ricky, I don't know when we're finding this photograph, but it is going to be a nice pickup when we do. We have one hand on Ricky's side. If they miss the 4 of a kind, they die. Oh, they're dead. Maybe the magician can do something, but they're probably dead. Just need a lucky hit. Yeah, they just need a lucky hit, so they just rip the magician here. It is... Statistically, they live most of the time here, but it could all end in this blind right now. It's both luckies first. You just need one lucky proc, Ricky. Come on. A lucky is a 4x. Put both luckies first, please. They need this lucky to hit to have a chance in this game. Otherwise, it is over. Okay, please just do the luckies first. You know what this scores. One lucky proc is so likely. We got none in the last hand. Surely, Ricky is due. There it is. First hit. Not even scared. But I'm sure that'll make them play a little safer in these future blinds. I really think they should be going for king 4 of a kind. Or another 9 to help draw that 4 of a kind. No photo yet. There's that polychrome card. Still haven't been able to get an enhancement on it. This flush should be more than enough. Oh, it is actually just enough for Reelstory. Yeah, just no easy way to get out of the blinds. It's cost these players so much. A golden ticket is what Reelstory needs so they can just get even further ahead to find that card to onk. Because, I mean, they only scored 40,000 there with one of their better hands, so we'll see. Wow, Ricky beat the blind by 15 chips. I'm not sure if they wanted to win or not there. They sell the onk. Reelstory just sells it for no reason. You know, we could see an idle next shop, but you've got Bloodstone, you've got dice, you've got everything you need, I guess. Idle is the only punish for that. You see a sock, you probably want to keep all your jokers. You see a dusk, idle is probably the only card worth onking. And on 2 lives, it's a scary card to be completely built into, so. Reelstory also in a risky spot to score here, I think. As long as they just go for scoring, they should get there. Eternal dice for Ricky. It does come back, but it's gonna be a pass. I think this rebate is better. So we're not gonna have the Bloodstone. Ricky's not even at the Bloodstone yet. I don't think we're ever seeing this photograph. See what the draws are like. A bad draw from Reelstory could put them down to 1. We get the Red Seal Wild King. It's probably enough. Unless we misclick and play this hand. Okay. They thought they didn't draw the flush. Oh, we don't even have Chad, though. This isn't going to score much. It's just enough. Thanks to that flush level that they almost passed on in this shop. They just lived this blind. That would have been big for Ricky if they were on 1 heading into this PvP. But we see they're barely scoring 54,000 because we passed on all these chats. I'm sure they'll take the next one if they see it. But Ricky is set up to win this PvP unless there's something in this last shop. Nothing. Maybe there's a hand Reelstory could pull off. A flush house does increase their score a lot, but just being down a Chad is very costly. And they just got nothing to use that onk on. I mean, look at the econ. Both players need each other's build. Reelstory should have had dice business card. They passed on it. Reelstory should have this Chad. The amount of money Reelstory would have if they took the Eternal Chad would be so much. I mean, it was definitely worth taking there, but in the moment, it was not a very enticing Eternal Chad, but Ricky didn't think for a second and just took it, and it is paying off, especially when they find this photo. I don't know how useful the dice is going to be. We don't have oops. We don't have hearts. It's going to be a hard thing to utilize. Ricky playing it safe, not discarding the purple 9 to be able to draw this 4 of a kind here. There's a flush house from Reelstory. Oh, we're full strengthening the queens so we can use the red seal with a flush house, and it's still 270,000. I mean, even with the perfect setup, not gonna score enough. Though all it takes is a Chad to catch up. Okay, Ricky, you can be a little greedy and keep that king here with 3 9s, but you know, on 1 life, playing safe. Okay, we're keeping the jack though. We're greeting. Okay, this is 100% a discard, right? This is okay. This is insane levels of greed. We're discarding a steel card to potentially get a tiny bit more hit the road scaling. A steel is equivalent to 2 jacks because we're on 2x on the hit the road. Just very unoptimal discards from Ricky. Very unoptimal. 280,000 should be a number they can beat though, if they play a 4 of a kind here. They're gonna unlock flush 5 though. Interesting. Need the 4 oak, but they weren't even full discarding. They kept a jack around. They do win this PvP by a bit. A little mental warfare, knowing they could score a bit more. Are we gonna find the photograph this ante, or is Real gonna find the Chad before? I think with how many levels Ricky has, is just commit to the 4 of a kind, to be honest, here on Last Lives. A negative Onyx Agate. I mean, that puts in some work with the Wild Red Seal King. We're selling oops business card for an Acrobat potentially on 1 life. Very desperate. Doesn't want to take the gamble that there's something in the rules that the oops business allows us to find. We still have money with the rebate. I mean, this Acrobat's a fine pickup, but we sell the business card over rebate. I mean, on 7s, rebate's going to be quite a lot of money this blind. It's just, why is Ricky pivoting into flush 5 here? It just makes no sense. We're on 1 life, and we're losing purple value and everything to get 1 blue seal off. We're losing purple seal value. We're losing the value from drawing more gold cards. Just not worth the pivot at all, unless we get, maybe we get Sunfool and the flush 5 will be more scoring, but not needed at all. 4 of a kind is plenty fine especially for the build Ricky is in at this point. Should be close to the photograph, right? Insane to just sell that there. $7 temperance, huge. Never mind. We're building 8 ball. There's the photograph. We're going full scoring, getting out of the rebate on kings. You know, we don't want to discard the gold. I think that's fine. Bloodstone shows up. We have a lovers in hand. Is it going to replace something on our roster? Red Seal Heart King would help that, especially because we're pivoting to playing those face cards. I wouldn't hate to hit the road or Steel Joker sell. I don't think I have a preference here. Probably with 5 jacks, I would sell the hit the road. There's a Baron on Reelstory side. We're trying to play that king, but Baron is still scoring. Triple Eternal. Wait, that's insane. That's a Midas, Paradolia, and Golden Ticket. Imagine seeing that in a white stake buffoon pack. That would be insane. Reelstory gets a strength for the Baron. That is going to be strong. I'm curious what Reelstory's plan for their hand is, because we want to play that Red Seal King. We've got Oops Dice. And there's a Chad. The Chad coming in at the last second. Going to be a lot of scoring here. I mean, I guess it's only like 1.5x more than the Acrobat. Ricky playing this blind. Very safe. Gonna play the kings to get out. Our story does have a lot of kings, but if we're playing a 5-card hand, you can't hold that many for the Baron. No more Wild King? I think keeping that Wild is better there, but maybe not with the dice. Especially with the econ gain here. I mean, that's a pretty big hand. We didn't put both luckies first. Likely not going to matter, but that's a lot of score from Reelstory. We might actually be able to make the high card Bloodstone Baron build work. How did Ricky descale the Steel Joker? Someone tell me. How'd the Steel Joker get smaller? Go for lovers. That's very good with this Bloodstone. We don't have the dice. And we still have a 1.8x Steel Joker. Turn the Red Seal lovers. I guess that's okay. Strength is going to help us. We have 2 queens. Just to make sure we don't bottom deck the 4 of a kind. I think you fool the lovers. That is what they're going to do. And that is the last roll for Ricky. Reelstory taking Magic Trick before heading into the PvP. I don't know what wins this PvP, really. I guess Ricky, I think, needs a very strong Bloodstone here, but the levels do favor Ricky. I think the levels do favor Ricky. They're not going to be able to do a flush 5, are they, though? I mean, we've been building 4 of a kinds. I mean, we could have more 4 of a kind levels if we didn't try to do that flush 5 pivot for no reason. Maybe if they get a sun card, then are they gonna try for the sun card? We can lovers this king, and we can try. Don't fool yet. Moon card, not gonna be it. I think Ricky is ahead in tarot queue, so we could see a sun card, but it's not looking likely. And we're discarding steel to try to get it. Is there a sun card here? Just gets the 4 of a kind. Wow. Loses a red seal king. That draw might just seal it. We don't draw the other red seal king. We don't got much steel. We need a strong bloodstone here. Let's see how many hits, because it is guaranteed for Reelstory. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for 6 on Bloodstone. Does Reelstory beat that? Was that 5 for 6? That's insane. 5 for 7? No, because the last card wasn't. It's 3 plus 2 from Chad plus 1 red seal. That's 6. Am I dumb? They had 4 or 3 hard cards in that hand. And 1 red seal. That was 6. We're fooling for bonus cards. Is this flush enough? This is a pretty terrible hand from Reelstory. We get the plus 20. That is a big amount of X malts. Yeah, it's not enough. That is a rough hand from Reelstory. Insane to see that is your opponent's jokers and you lost. The tempo line worked for Ricky. It paid off. And they take game 1. Crazy they won that. There's just no levels for Reelstory. Why didn't they just go 4 of a kind? Did they miss the 4 of a kind draw? I guess they bottom decking the Red Seal Kings was good for Ricky because they were more value for Reelstory. And then insane Bloodstone hits on top of that, which just enough to win that PvP. But either player I think could have taken it there, depending on draws. We're going painted, Zodiac, or yellow for the deck picks. I think we're back to Black Stake. Waiting on their bans. I mean, down. Oops would have been a 1.5x. I honestly, Steel Joker was doing more than oops there for Ricky. They're just better. Steel Joker's better than oops. You just gotta know the line. They read the seed. Going Black Stake again, and it's Reelstory forcing that, and I think Black Stake did nothing but hurt Reelstory. They were almost dying to blinds, and the Eternals that Ricky took and they didn't only helped Ricky. So I don't love the Black Stake pick, but you know, some people just always try to run high stakes and that's all they know. So they take them back to black. 2-1. Let me update the overlay. But Ricky takes game 1. We're doing a yellow deck this time, so it should be a little easier of a start. Yellow deck, black stake. Yeah, the Ankh, I mean, if it was just ancient or something that Reelstory could have onked, they would have been in a great spot, but it was Bloodstone with the dice. That is the one, like, endgame joker that you can't onk. Just a brutal pull, even though they were up Bloodstone dice, so it's... Ricky just tempoed them with planet levels and being able to draw 4 of a kind. Should have used Ankh on Bloodstone. There was a lot of dice that Ricky passed, so maybe there's another one. Is that right, Phoenix? Zodiac. Hello. Alright. They started 2 minutes ago, so they should be starting in just a sec. Be right back. Oh yeah, I didn't update the deck pick. Oh, I did. I just didn't remove the other one. Alright. Yellow-black. It's going to be a little better for Ricky here, I think, because Reelstory played their econ better early game, and they were able to get so far ahead in shop. I mean, just passing on Chaos the Clown is insane that Ricky won, being as far behind in shop as they were. Mostly in part due to that Eternal Family pickup, and it's just the black stake punishing Reelstory. I don't think they should have gone back to black stake. But you never go back. Both players playing the same full house, you kind of stumble into it. Hard to miss. We have an easy buffoon pack check. Burglar. Do you take the Wrathful as well? I don't hate the Wrathful. I love a standard pack pickup here. Ricky goes for Swashbuckler over Wrathful, and Reelstory passes on that first card pack. There is a glass 2 in there. Reelstory gonna have a bit more econ here, quite a lot more actually, with the Burglar econ along with that. We'll see what Ricky does. I imagine Reelstory passes both these Eternals. There's a campfire in the pack. Does Ricky maybe consider this hit the road? A bit of a tough buffoon pack to decide. Both players given the same option. Maybe Reelstory not wanting to get tempoed again took the campfire. We'll see if Ricky does the same. Cartomancer could be very good. Both players go the campfire though. And I think Reelstory opens up that card pack, does tie up the pack queue. and put them in a better spot for econ here. As long as they can draw their hand. Ricky's able to get out in one with the discards. We're risking the 2 just to get out in 1. We're risking glass foil, okay. No, they are. They're risking glass foil on the pillar. Doesn't break. Never punished. Insane, though. A hack shows up and that's broken. That is game losing. I mean, a glass card is valuable in almost every game. So a big risk to take, but does not break. And you are going to be able to make a copy of that before it matters. Gold Seal 8. I do love this pickup, especially with the Wrathful. I mean, that's our main scoring. It's also chips for the early levels. You could go Gold Card if you really think ticket matters that much. But this is a great, great Gold Seal here. C-Dubs, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are casting round 4 of the tournament. $10,000 on the line. Reelstory versus Ricky. Reelstory has been playing great, but Ricky just taking that first game off of tempo, being way behind. So the matches are going good. How'd the runs go today? Were you doing net influence? Worst line played with few mistakes. I mean, there was a lot of mistakes on the line too, but just the Eternals that Reelstory passed paid off for Ricky. We're seeing an Eternal Dice here. Ricky passed on a non-Eternal Dice with a business card last game. Will they take the Eternal Dice with no use in sight? They do not. We're terrible. We take those. Dry run, no rare skips. Interesting. So you just, I mean, that takes out probably a good chunk of the boring part of doing runs. So seems fun, especially for improving. Probably not the fastest way to get world record, but seems fun. We get the straight for Ricky, straight flush actually, and get out. Get a temperance, not a bad pull. Superposition, providing a good amount of value. Reelstory dies. With Burglar dies just because they only have Wrathful and not that Swash that Ricky has. They die to the blind. They're going to be able to roll and find the Shoot the Moon before PvP. Maybe. I think that was a bit of a greedy roll. Did Reelstory? No, Reelstory did not, or Ricky did not take the skip. This pair might just win with the bonus. Does not. And they have a chance to draw that same straight flush that Ricky did. These are the exact same draws, I think, but this high card just wins. Oh, we're looking for the low straight. Risking dying again. I mean, 5 hands. Maybe it's not possible. No way we die to another blind, right? I don't think it's possible, but maybe Reelstory will find a way. If we don't draw a 5 here, this pair does win, I think. It doesn't, but the full house obviously does. They're not going to risk it. They're going to keep the 3 of a kind. And this superposition has been very costly. Without being able to use discards, they had to not risk winning. They had to discard the high cards. I mean, Burglar just being nothing but punishing here. Because you have to not win, but then you have to win when you need to. You can't just discard and immediately get by for free. They are going to keep it for PvP. I think that is the right play because those downsides don't apply. But just a brutal ante-2 for Reelstory. Ricky, very similar point in shop, up $8. Has that same shoot the moon. Has a 1.5x on this campfire. Should take the PvP, though it will come down to the discards. Both players have a sun, a flush house, draw as well. Ricky could go for the same flush house. Reelstory gonna look for queens instead of just playing it right away. It is only a 3,000 point hand. Any queen you find is gonna be a 2x on that, so it's probably gonna be worth it. But you're gonna lose value. Is Ricky... What is Ricky going for? I mean, this flush is quite a lot. 3,000, that's as much as the flush house for Reelstory, so it would be good to play this hand. We're going for straight flush. I don't know what Ricky's plan is. Reelstory knows that just playing this flush house is not enough. It does force turn order. And they're not going to look for a queen for that 2x. And they would have gotten 2 queens. They could have for sure scored more here. They do need to take this life, otherwise they're going to be put down to 2 already in not much of a better spot because of those life losses either. This pair with 3 queens, they're going to be consistently scoring 1,000. A hand with burglar could definitely still take the PvP, but it is just difficult. I mean, basically the same pair from Ricky because of the swashbuckler, and we have the 1.5x. I mean, barring Ricky throwing discards, which is very likely. Please don't play a queen. That is just... What are we looking for? I love playing this high card 8 here. I love playing it. Reelstory sells out of everything to scale campfire and risks the foil again, or the glass again. Does it break? Doesn't break. Never punished, I guess. They went all in to win this PvP. I think that was a great play. You can't afford to lose it. And Ricky still doesn't play the 8 high. He doesn't play it. It did what? And we missed the straight. The discards on Ricky's side have been insane. I don't think he was winning this PvP, but we're not even gaining value. And we're like, I mean, I don't know what we were doing. Is a forward kind of really... I think a pair scores the most for Reelstory here. I'm sure they'll think more if they did lose, but this is going to be a PvP for Ricky. We're instantly scaling campfire. Gonna try to take this next PvP. There's a photograph. So that's why they're risking the 2s. They know this is just gonna be a face card seed. Ricky passing on a gold seal 9. I mean, Ricky doesn't like playing them, so why would you take that? And we're taking the non-steel gold too. I guess you can justify it with the glass, but just... You couldn't predict this guy's move. Reelstory takes that over a glass 3. Reelstory also passes on photo. They don't have the money, and they are going full high card with this spaceman. Maybe we're playing a straight. Why are we playing a straight? Oh, there's a queen with a straight, so they want to win still. Maybe, couldn't tell you. But these hands are just a little interesting for sure. Ricky does learn they can play gold seals for money. We'll see. Do they gain $3? Gonna play a flush maybe? More golds for Reelstory. This high card should win. Doesn't just. Wow. And you can't risk discarding the jacks to draw the full house. I mean, you discard the gold 2 there as well. I just... Small little blunders here for both players, but they don't amount to too much, I guess. Just also Pluto and Shop. Reelstory had $0 there because we're on black stake. Using all their hands, no interest. Ricky is going to be gaining quite a lead on Econ. Reelstory's not even playing high cards for with this space. Man, it's kind of frustrating me. I mean, I get it there, but... Okay, now we're going to try for the high card, I think. Yeah. We have 4 queens. Spaceman missing. There's the photo. We're buying and selling Spaceman. Okay, we're buying photo as well here. Fool for Sun. We still have this Wrathful. Priestess or Judgment to get some scaling on Campfire. We're fooling a Sun. Maybe because we're going Flush House with this photo pickup. But one player going high card, one player going retriggers. A tale as old as time. Reelstory on terrible econ, but a red seal on Jack. That is going to be easy to get up to a queen, but I think a red seal is more valuable for a photo than it is for a shoot the moon build here. Yeah, this Fool on the Sun is a good play because we're going for the photograph. Just so little value to generate in this blind. We get the gold seal, money, and that's it. Still hasn't picked up Overstock. We didn't pick it up last shop. We're gonna scale the Campfire here. Please buy Overstock. Don't roll. We can scale Campfire a little bit more, but we're also going to be on this in the same position doing that before buying and selling these was kind of insane. We got +3 mult from a red card. Holy. I mean, Ricky should be favored to take this 2.75x as long as they draw the flush house. They're in a great spot here. They're going to risk the 2 as a warm-up. I think that's insane. I think we should use the Sun on that both, but we know this thing just never breaks. Because Reelstory just keeps risking it. We're doing a 4 of a kind shoot the moon angle. We've barely drawn any queens for Reelstory. And this Spaceman just never hits. Is it going to hit on the 4 of a kind? We can max score 6,000 here. What happened? What happened? We get the red seal, and we get red seal gold value for Ricky. Reelstory down to 2 lives. There's a Pluto. We're spending down up lives with a Campfire. Looking at the 8-ball. I do like this 8-ball because there's very little to do in these blinds. It might be a little difficult to live without the flush house draw. There's an 8. Classic 8-ball. Draw straight. I mean, Ricky could easily die with the wrong discards. Draws a pair of 8s with the gold seal as well. Classic 8-ball. 8-ball and Spaceman both living up to their reputation. Yeah, Ricky could easily just die here. You have 2 hands. Maybe looking for the flush house. I mean, evening out the lives would be great for Reelstory. They're building up their econ, finally getting some interest. 21 mult on a superposition. This is the superposition angle, I guess. We're not on white stake, though, so my opinion still stands. Gets the flush house draw. Can you play the flush? Because you really want to play this too. Doesn't put the red seal first. Not even going to try. We've done a million worse calcs, but they know that they should only score 5,000. $0 payout. Feels bad. Feels bad. We're going for the Arcana. Temperance? No Temperance. Gold Queen. We have a Red Seal Steel King for Reelstory. Was that just in a pack? That's an insane pickup when you are going high card. Gonna be very good for them. Still has the Sun card upstairs. But this is just a very brutal seed. There is just nothing. Also, Reelstory just doesn't use this Spaceman. It's level 4 though, so they must have gotten one proc at least. What are we discarding for? Blue seal, I guess. These calcs are also crazy. Are we trying to break this? I guess breaking the glass now makes sense, but we need to play this too. So keeping that glass was also insane. Like, crazy. Okay. Just gonna not try to understand what the players are doing in the blinds. There's a lot of pressure. It's easy to make small mistakes. Ricky has the flush out, so they're gonna be safe in this blind, but they're just not able to generate much value. This 8-ball is doing absolutely nothing. Just gonna be another log for the fire. Ricky kind of needs to draw the red seal gold to have any chance of finding anything, because they spent all of their econ getting campfire up to 1.5x, with interest being the only thing to do anything. Interest is the only econ in this seed. Ricky just gets out with the flush outs. $4 payout. They're gonna go Arcana. No Temperance. GG. Back to 0. Judgment or Death? I like the Judgment play there. Have the 8-ball to sell for some last minute campfire fodder. Reelstory also buying and selling for campfire. Not gonna be able to afford Tarot Merchant. Still just no econ. And we keep spending down our interest money. The Reelstory doesn't want to go down to 1 here, so he's going to scale that campfire up. So does the Sun for some reason, but maybe they've got plans. There's just a Red Seal Steel King in a pack. That's crazy. Also getting this Devil is crazy. I was kind of rooting for Ricky this game because I want to go to bed. Yeah, the steel draw is gonna matter a lot. Reelstory also valuing. The splash is honestly a pretty solid play. Going for 8-ball value. Never mind. There's 25,000. That should tell you to play the 8 high. You know that you just scored. I guess you can score 20. Yeah, you know you score like 24,000 with the red seal. And there's the steel draw for Reelstory, so they should take this PvP. Should be full discarding, but maybe there's no gold left in the deck. Huge zany joker. I don't know why we didn't play this straight. There must have been nothing left in the deck. But that is gonna even out the lives 2-2. Reelstory got the high card build online. The Space Joker did hit enough that they can play high card. Driver's license nowhere near close to ready, though. By the time Ricky sees that, it may be viable. We're also going Hangman over Temperance when we have no money or econ. We're scaling the campfire. We need to do something to live here. We have the Red Seal Flush House is the only line for scoring. Another dollar of interest. Never mind. They don't lose $1 of interest from that. Wrong. And we're going down to 0 for Reelstory. Buying the discard voucher for absolutely no reason, but the handy tag is so strong and we don't take it. That was the greatest handy tag I've ever seen. We're on $0. No econ joker, no interest, no money from the small blind payout. Insane to pass on that skip. $46? I mean, I must have been reading that wrong, because $46 is a game-winning amount. They even looked at it. It wasn't like oh, that would have been a good play, but a lot of people don't look at the skip tags. They looked at it, they thought about it, and we passed $46 in the small blind. We're going to make a blue seal and $10 here. Insane. Here's a flush house from Ricky. Needs a miracle from the lucky hit. $21 does have some interest here at least. Yeah, I forgot about the Space Joker value, my bad. I hope they die to this blind, just to even more punish them. Driver's license just nowhere near online still. Reelstory takes it, speculatively. Ricky also buys the wasteful early. I don't get it. I mean, Ricky, I get it more. I don't know how we should be able to live the blind with the bit of campfire scaling that they got. Because a pair with the 8s has this 8-ball procced once. I don't think so. I don't think this 8-ball is hit once. Which feels bad. Yay, Reelstory has $14 and a Pluto. And not $46. What we got? We got one more. We're down to 7 now. You gotta respect the... You just have to respect interest on this seed. There's no econ jokers. And every time these players keep spending down, 17, 13 down, $7 on Reelstory's side. It is just so much money in this seed left on the table because they just keep spending down. Also, not taking that skip. Insane from Reelstory. I roll down when I have money to gain. They have nothing. We're on black stake and they're running into the small blind with $0 and a gold card in deck. Yeah, I mean, Reelstory is the one forcing high stakes here. They should know that they need interest here. They at least have the gold card, so it's much more justifiable, but like just this blind. $3 gone. $3 is a gold card every round. Just if you took one blind to save some money, or if you just didn't buy a pack a couple blinds ago, you could build that up, and it's just a full econ joker that neither player has. Just a painful watch. There's a rebate. We finally get econ. We finally get econ. So they're not going to feel the pain from no interest, I guess. Yeah, the Supernova is strong here, but this is black stake. And also, the Supernova would still be bad if you played the seed correctly. 56 cards in Reelstory deck. They do need this Red Seal Steel to score a lot. I think 3x Campfire probably don't even need good draws here to score a lot with the Red Seal Steel in deck. So Ricky likely gonna be put down to 1, barring a miracle draw. We're not playing for value. We know what our opponent scored last time. We know how much we've scaled. We see 15 off rip. We're gonna go for scoring here. Losing gold seal value, losing purple. Never mind, we get the purple. Let's see. Flush house with the red seal. $51,000. But we have the red seal steel from Reelstory. I mean, that they are going to be easily able to get that and greed this jack. And we're leaving the blind with $9. Reelstory is going to hold this gold jack. They're going to be able to keep their econ, well, still, even with rebate, not hitting the interest threshold. $65,000. Buy and sell these Saturns, I dare you. Maybe it was more campfire scaling is what we were lacking on Ricky's side. Bloodstone shows up. Ricky never gonna see that because they have terrible econ. But that would be a huge find. I don't think they're gonna see it this ante though. There's no world. We might even be dead right here if we play this too. We're keeping the 8. We're going kings and jacks. Will we find a pair of 2s? Gold seal 2 feels so bad. Taking that over the 9 was an interesting play for sure. We're greeting it still. We have the 2 pair. Reelstory. Discarding gold seal jack, which gives $6 for $5. Huh. Yeah, really? Ricky does get their draw. We know this should win. Probably gonna have to play their red seal here. They don't have the campfire scaling. They're just dead. They need a lucky proc. They need to sell both of these cards. I mean, it might just be GG right here. They don't have that campfire scaling. Didn't realize how much scoring they need on black stake. Sell the campfire to scale the campfire. I mean, you put the lucky first and sell the abstract, right? That's the line? Oh, it's not even close to the line. That's GG. Just a brutal seed on black stake. Reelstory did use the black stake knowledge to their advantage mostly. I think some rough plays econ wise, but did get there eventually. Found the econ, found the high card line, and passed on photo and end up working out. There was no re-triggers, no econ, making for a good, clean seed from Reelstory. Well, Dev. That was a rough watch. You know, I'm a white stake player, These players did not play Black Stake right. Not taking that skip was insane. RickyClean, but Reelstory clean. Alright, we're going game 3. It is nearly 1 a.m., but we get to see a game 3. EP. We're going Black Stake. On Painted, Magic, or Red. I'm gonna predict red deck. You know, maybe that'll help counter some of Ricky's rougher discards. Let's look at the bracket for a second. Let's see who these players are gonna run into. Let's see. Reelstory versus RickyClean. Wait, this is my bracket. Wait, this is looking good for me. This is looking good for me. MB Habes, who is 160th seed. Ricky Reelstory, 180th. Reelstory is lower seeded than they were meant to be. Ricky 111 seed. Ricky made it very far. I thought Ricky was higher seeded, to be honest. It does make sense. I've been a little rude. That's my bad. I thought they were more experienced. But Reelstory, I'm surprised with how they've been playing. Let me see their ranked profile. And people keep naming themselves goofy names, and I can't find them on the ranked ladder. But yeah, if they win both these matches, I could play either of these players after. I mean, we'll see how it goes versus Nexif. Nexif did beat Hassan and Yen and 2K. Okay, I can't underrate Nexif. They are the 100th seed. They beat 2K, Nexif, or Yen, and Hassan. That is impressive. That is impressive. They're a gold player with a 56% win rate, and they've taken down some very high rated players who play the game a lot. That's crazy. I gotta watch out. I gotta watch out. Actually, watching the Nexif game, I think they just get a little lucky. Hopefully, streamer luck can counter that. Vagabond Owen's happening tomorrow, by the way, chat. That is a match you do not want to miss. Also, Balance versus Edie, I think. Yeah, that's going to be after Vagabond Owen. There's going to be a lot of good matches. I'm not sure if I'm going to play the weekly tournament. We might just be casting tomorrow night. It depends. What is the weekly tournament this week? Is there a weekly tournament? There is. There is. It is Jagerbomb deck. Oh, it's just a really hard tournament again. I might not do that because it's hard to make a video on it, which is the only reason I play tournaments pretty much. Because I've already done a video on the Jagerbomb deck. Need new ideas. Give me new free content, Lava, please. I can't lie. My bracket's looking pretty solid here. Just based on what I'm seeing at the moment. in what I saw from Nexiv. I just gotta lock in. I'm gonna regret saying all this because I'm just gonna throw. But players are gonna agree to do the same here. We'll see what that is. You know, on Black Stake, this coupon tag, I would take it. But if my opponent's not, I probably don't. They did agree to do the same thing. If you're Reelstory, you could be a scum and still take the skip because I think it is optimal, but they just copy their opponent. Both getting up out with this same spade flush. There's a vampire. It's higher sell value. You could take the Jimbo. I think you could do Wily as well to just one-shot the blinds and leave the Jimbo. I do like Jimbo for beating the blinds more, but this Wily could be useful scoring PvP. We're going for a flush with the Wily. We're going for a flush in the big blind with the Wily. No, now we're going for nothing. We're going for no hands on Ricky's side. We're going for a made-up hand. Okay, we're going for the 3 of a kind now. We're playing the flush. Cool. Cool. Reelstory, considering this voucher, you can sell out of Wily for the interest here. I think if you can one-shot, you know, obviously going to be better to keep the Wily. Reelstory just goes for the full house like a sane human being. Gets out in 1. And with that payout, they can get the voucher and keep Wily. Or go Arcana pack here. RickyClean would have to sell the Wily because of how they played that big blind. They're going to go Arcana. Early Emperor is great. This Moon card is completely useless. We get Devil Tower. Those are 2 good tarot cards. I do like the Tarot Merchant here, but again, we're just going to have no interest. We're going to be heading into the small blind very soon. Anything in the next shop would be disastrous for the econ. So Reelstory doesn't go voucher. Goes both packs. We see this glass 3. We know they just love risking glass, so I don't imagine that'll last long. Gold card value and a one-hand win from Ricky. I guess both players are going to have the same draw. Does Reelstory pick the right card? Does it get sniped? 50-50 chance. See if the 3 of a kind gets out to increase our odds. Probably doesn't. They lose the $3. That's going to compound quite a lot because that would have been $4. And we have RickyClean on 13 with interest here. Reelstory might just go next. No, they're down to 6. But they get rewarded with a red seal gold. Will we draw that in the blind? Being ahead in the pack queue by 2 packs. RickyClean not going to see that for a long time. Also playing the gold card. Definitely forced to play it with the blind being as hard to beat as it is with just the Wily. But we get out in 2. Reelstory goes for the wrong hand here. Oh, actually, they played the full house already. Smeared is useless. I think you just have to take the 50 chips from Castle and the sell value. But Ricky decides to go smeared. Doesn't even spin the wheel. Castle would have been a great pickup there, but the speculative smeared surely pays off. Do we live the blind for Ricky? We might even just skip to PvP. The skip is... I don't know if it's good or bad for Ricky, because Reelstory obviously going to take this castle here. I think. Why don't you take both? They go smeared as well! That's crazy. That's crazy. Logie Buffoon back. Getting both would be nice, but insane to not take Castle. The Star's nice. It was much more of a good play from Reelstory because we have the Star and the Flush House will be easy. Insane, though. Simple Dab, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Both of the players taking Smeared is so surprising to me. I slightly get it more from Reelstory because of the Star, but you can get the Flush House with the Star in PvP regardless. Reelstory probably dead to this blind. Well, 2 full houses gets us there, so probably not with any luck. 1 7, 2 10s. Yeah, they should get there on red deck. Unless they play this flush. Reelstory might die to greed. They do have the Star for a straight flush or flush house angle, so this is going to be a guaranteed win if they just hold this hand, maybe find another 10 or queen. And I hate to say it, but the Smeared kind of paying off. So you have a flush house. And we're keeping the red seal gold. Onyx Agate, and the Smeared pays off again. I think Ricky should take this. With the position they're in, you know, we just saw red seal 10, so we don't want to. We're going to take a roll instead and go in the card pack and go down to $7 with no econ. I guess we got the red seal gold, you know, we could throw the PvP. Interest is fake, I guess. People need to stop watching Vagabond. Reelstory is in a worse situation econ-wise because they played for interest worse. You know, RickyClean had that lead, but they kind of just spent it all away with that roll. Both players with similar setups, but with Reelstory using that Sun card, they should have no problem drawing a flush house here and are likely going to win the PvP from it. Reelstory in a great spot. Also getting a Devil from the purple. See if Ricky does know to play for econ here. Maybe we play this. Oh, we get the Star for Ricky. That Reelstory got that. I mean, ante ahead. We have a glass 3 as well. I wouldn't hate throwing this glass 3 to take an early life. You know, we've seen Reelstory use it to beat a boss blind, so it can't be that crazy to use in this first PvP, especially when we might just be losing lives to blinds next ante. But we are gonna look for the flush house with the 3. I think this is a very fine time to use a glass, with both players having the same jokers. Glass, I mean, a Reelstory doesn't have the suit changer to make. I guess they could make the 3 work, but they would have to draw the 3 of diamonds, which we haven't seen. They discard it. Flush house. Both players draw it. And Ricky doesn't even have to use this 10. Surely they don't play the 10 for 10 extra chips. Surely. Nice. I mean, unless Reelstory has another flush house to draw here, Ricky should just take this. They don't even draw the flush house. They don't even try for the flush house. Huh? Huh? I mean, it works out because they just get to keep their gold here. Did they not have a flush house possibility? Did they just drop it? Real had a flush house that they made last blind. With the Smeared, they had a flush house. They used the Star last blind. They've unlocked flush house too. So business card, Midas Mask, a great combination. I mean, this shop gives you a reason to spend down. We're going Spectral here, and you get punished with the Wraith, but it still is only $3. The Tribe, hopefully enough to live with a flush house draw here, though. Ricky's flush house is not built off face cards like Reelstory's is. Also, Ricky ahead in shop, so is going to get this Midas business around sooner. That can be very beneficial. So the greedy roll for no interest was a W play, I guess. Both players need a flush house here. Can you just spam 4 flushes? No, not. You don't get... If it was a crafty joker, you could, but... You need a little bit more than just flushes. Ricky playing the jacks, looking for a different flush house. There's the 3. Going 3s and 10s likely for the flush house. Draws the 8s. Reelstory mixes out the blind. They're gonna see this Midas business combo. We have $3! So punished for no interest. -1 Midas mask. You love to see it. You love to see learning from your mistakes. Unbiased, by the way. I just love seeing these players get punished for having no interest. Reelstory is forcing black stake. We have to know. We have to know that interest isn't fake. We have to. Is Reelstory dead, or Ricky dead here? Ricky does die. Wait, 3 of a kind. This might actually be enough. I think this is. Because it's a 3 of a kind with the flush. It is enough. Very surprising. This is not enough. Why were you... What is the point of trying this? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What? Throw the devil on a 9 and call it a day, Ricky. What are we doing? Or throw it on a king. I mean, the Midas, maybe not the best play, but I'm so confused. And we're calcing the same flush for the 4th time. That's the 4th time he clicked the calc on that flush. That's hilarious. Reelstory finding some scoring here. They did get a good amount of econ. Same shoot the moon for Ricky. Polychrome blue seal as well. We're instantly getting out of Midas. $10,000 on the line. $0 for Reelstory. Ricky has another blind. Ricky is in a great spot if they can live here. Just interest is fake. I mean, we do have at least some econ from this business card. But you're not going to be able to make much when you're doing shoot the moon for scoring. And I imagine Reelstory is going to go full scoring here, as they don't like being down 2 lives. Okay. Reelstory or Ricky playing this safe. I think this is kind of crazy. Probably should just look for the shoot the moon to get out, but we can just do flush house. They do draw the flush house. You know, maybe this calc the flush. Calc the flush. Calc the flush with the 3 of a kind definitely gets out, right? Maybe? Oh yeah, it definitely does. But we're gonna risk the glass. Just risk it for the thrill. Why not? Oh, we don't even have to risk the glass clutch, and we get to keep the gold. That was an insanely good draw. Insanely good draw. Never punished, I guess. Holy, and look at all the business card value we got this blind. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm too sleep deprived to watch this. Swashbuckler is a great pickup. You know, we're doing the flush houses still. Drawing the queens is going to be difficult. I mean, it's likely going to be the same. You probably could easily pull off at least one queen, but it makes it easier to be able to greed for those flush house draws. So Ricky could take this PvP. We do have 9 hand size, so selling Shoot the Moon a little questionable. We're seeing the same thing of Reelstory going for Shoot the Moon while Ricky goes for re-triggers, but there is actual econ in the seed. Honestly, kind of brutal not trying a single face card pair to be able to full discard and play our faces. I guess you can do one of these. Imagine if we had a Midas Mask that like turned that king to gold or something right now. That'd be like a cool game mechanic. There's a Hierophant that is gonna help Ricky in this blind. A much better warm-up hands from Reelstory because of the Shoot the Moon. We might not even be going Flush House. Or we might be using the Queens for the Flush House in the future. I'm not sure. We're calculating a billion different futures. Bottom decks. All of the 10s. So Ricky is... I mean, play the Flush still. But likely just going to lose this PvP. Yeah. So that one's unlucky. That one's unlucky. I think Ricky was going to take that PvP with the Flush House draw. Especially with that Glass 3. The Glass 3 still hasn't broken, by the way. I think that's the 3rd or 4th time we played it. Unfortunate, though. We just get to prolong the game even further. Is it possible for Reelstory to throw the discards here? No, 2,000, they can definitely score that, right? Right. I mean, you definitely draw a hard card here, but they're playing it uber safe. Extremely safe. And the Shoot the Moon being the right play. Also, Blue Seal here. I would love to see a flush level, but we can keep some gold here. Gotta make sure to put the Polychrome first for that minus on the scoring. Can you not just play? I guess this is probably the best value. You get the gold cards, you get to play your queens. I'd just love to get a flush level, but maybe Reelstory is more attached to high card. Just beats the blind. There's a Chad, Eternal Chad. Does Ricky pick this up with no hesitation? We've got the Glass 3. Another Sun card. The worst Sun card I've ever seen. Honestly, this Smeared is kind of paying off. I can't lie. I can't lie. But we still would be able to do flush houses. Eternal Chad at 3/3 lives, with the only value it provides being a business card at the moment. But we have Glass. We have a Polychrome Ace. I think you take it. I know Ricky is. I know my boy Ricky is. Looks like he's hiding score. Reelstory is not me. They were just trying to max econ. I mean, Ricky didn't think about this for even a frame last time. I think it is going to be a good play based on where these games have been going. An Eternal Chad has been one of the strongest things in all 3 of these seeds, so I think taking it is fine. They're just not playing for enough econ to pass on Eternal, Chad. We don't have enough money to justify it. Also like the Scholar pickup over the Wily. Though we could die. That is also a line. Reelstory selling the Smeared and taking Chad. Are we going to take the Scholar over the Wily? I think so. Doing a pair Shoot the Moons per app. Why don't we risk the glass again? I guess you can risk this glass because you want to build towards the ace. I do love playing this flush from Ricky, and then you can chat some face cards and likely get out with a random flush later. Probably. Play the gold jack for $0 instead of holding it for 3. Wait, how have I not considered this before? Interesting. Learning new things. We're learning new things, chat. It's a little risky, but very unlikely that, yeah, they're definitely going to be drawing a hard suit here, so this is a safe hand to play. They're going to play just a high card. That is also better, so we can have a higher chance of holding the gold, but wow, business card just not hitting at all. Ricky actually going to be able to make a solid amount of econ here. I think deaths is what Ricky needs. Both players are built into retriggers the same amount, actually. What is Ricky up right now? He's up a Smeared, which is, I would say, more useful than the Shoot the Moon at the moment. Especially with where this game looks to be heading. A bean! Okay, what do you sell? You sell the Smeared. We're going all in on aces. I guess you can sell the Tribe as well. Red Seal 5. Do have a Red Seal 10 already. Reelstory, this bean is very good for them. You know, that is going to enable the Shoot the Moon a little bit more. I don't hate the order. There's just not enough base malts from the Scholar. Ooh. Stencil tempo, probably too many jokers that are doing things right now to consider it. Ricky sells Scholar. We're going all in on flush houses. Still no levels here, unfortunately. But they are going all in on the flush houses, which are going to be a lot easier to draw thanks to this S+ tier Joker bean. Crazy discard. Yeah, this bean is insanely good. You just get to generate so much value. And also, RickyClean notably up a Midas Mask, so we have way more gold cards. There is still a solid amount on Reelstory's side, but a lot of gold to be had. I don't know how much we're going to need to risk to play a flush house here. What are we living with on Ricky's side is the question. Sixes and aces flush house, sixes and tens flush house. We're keeping, I like keeping the blue seal over the 10 here. Does this win? Probably not. We probably have to play the blue seal. Maybe with the Hierophant and we chad the luck, the malt card. Surely we think of this. I think this wins, yeah. chatting the malt card, we can also fold this card for more gold and maybe another 10. Maybe with the Hierophant. I thought the chat on the malt would do more, but I guess it's just +4 malt. I mean, this is a safe discard. Get another 10. Please use the bonus. But this blue seal with the bean is just so strong. Because Ricky has no base malt. There's a death. I think Ricky's going to be able to find that as well. And they're going more of a retrigger route. I guess Reelstory. Wow, another polychrome ace. There's also a polychrome queen. I wouldn't even hate taking the ace here. I think I would take the queen, but... We're going to risk the red seal 10 before the polychrome. Does he see the other 10? Don't play this. Oh, -$6. Oh no. Oh no. What's this smeared even for? What's this smeared even for? -$6. It's fine. Do you take the ace or the queen? Did Ricky take a skip? Or no, Ricky's just behind in a blind, I think. That blue seal should allow Ricky to one-shot this next blind without playing the blue seal again, which is a great spot to be still. Oh, Ricky just behind in shop. Did we take a skip at some point? Oh, I actually forgot I could do this. Banger song. But they're not talking. That the ace. I don't know if we took the queen or the polychrome ace there. Card sharp, that's a high card angle. We have the blue seals, we're going card sharp over the... I mean, this is a great scoring setup. This card sharp is very strong for Reelstory. With this scholar, we can play a full house and get card sharp value. Maybe even 2 4-of-a-kinds. We have extra 3s, I think. Yeah, we could potentially draw 2 4-of-a-kinds and do card sharp with any luck on these draws. We're going for 4-of-a-kind queens instead of... Okay, we do get the 4-of-a-kind queens to enable this card sharp. 5-of-a-kind aces over there, but not gonna matter. Level 4, 4-of-a-kind. There's the gold. There's the polychrome. Triple polychrome. They do take the ace over that, and 200,000 from this hand is just way above Ricky's pay grade. Being behind in shop somehow. I don't know how Reelstory caught up in shop. Like, surely up Midas Mash value, Ricky should be at the econ lead. They must have skipped at some point because their packs are different. There was card packs for Reelstory and a tarot pack for Ricky. I don't know when they skipped. Did anyone catch the skip this game? I might just be forgetting it. Ricky is just behind a blind in packs. Surely there's not desync. I mean, Ricky does have a flush house level and the tribe here. Nah, it should still easily go. And we're discarding gold when we know we're gonna lose the PV. Well, glass as well. Maybe. Not even close. Can we get a level? If we risk the glass... I don't hate it. But selling the Scholar seeming to be a blunder. Both beans are 4 to 5. Was there skip? How are their packs different? Okay, let's see in this shop. Ricky, Arcana Celestial. Reelstory, Arcana Celestial. Wait. I guess I'm wrong. There's no skips. Their packs are synced. There's that card sharp. Playing 2 flush houses, very difficult. We could be flush gaming, level 3 flush. We got a flush level there. They passed on card sharp. That's a line as well, I guess. Is Ricky just behind in card pack queue? I haven't seen this polychrome ace in the next card pack for Ricky. I thought it should have been in last shop and they'd opened both packs. I have no idea. I'm just loopy, I guess. Holy, this bean is carrying this game. Just being able to get blue seal value, getting business card value, getting gold card value. This is why bean is an S+ tier joker. It has literally evolved this game from a miserable black stake game to a high scoring Chad, flush house, blue seal drawing, gold seal scoring game. I mean, simple as. Also, Ricky, if you play one more gold card, I'm gonna tweak out. Like, where are all the deaths for Ricky? They're behind in shop. I mean, we have one gold card in hand. There's so many gold cards in the deck. And we're gonna die to blind. We're gonna die to blind. Why? Is it over? I get the glass, so that is gonna be enough. They're gonna see if all the chips is enough first. They can do 3s, and the malt 10 might be enough. Invis Joker for Reelstory is likely going to find that sooner than Ricky. Though maybe a bad thing, because they won't have it ready for PvP. And they're just going to have to sell the Bean, which was their best Joker. So probably GG after they sell Bean. But I think Ricky is in a better spot to take this next PvP with them down a Bean and having this Invis Joker. I also don't hate selling this Invis Joker right now for the trio because we have the risk of it hitting this Chad. I guess Chad's still solid here. But that does put Reelstory in a better spot in the next PvP if Ricky doesn't find that. Steal a bean on Ricky's side. All I'm saying. There's the invis. Don't do it. Pass on the invis, Ricky. So Reelstory sold the business card over the Scholar. Only have a level 4 of a kind, but we're playing polychrome cards, so I mean, also look at how much less value we're getting without Bean. This Smear Joker is also lasting way too long. We could have been solidly built into 4 of a kind at this point. We only have one level tying us to this smeared. I do love Reelstory's play of just pivoting fully into aces and just being so rewarded. I don't know where the card pack and the death went for Ricky. I I might need to check the VOD on that one. I don't know how that happened. Ricky throwing away $10 or $6 once again for no reason. Gonna have to risk the glass for the 50th time. Nope, we're discarding the 3. So we actually are just risking this, or playing this gold for no reason. No, Ricky took the polychrome queen over the ace. Interesting. The polychrome queen over the ace when we already have the polychrome ace. I don't know where the death was. Wasn't offered the ace. Oh, different card packs. So they might see it in the next one. I think the ace was first though, no? Unclear. Play this gold card one more time, I swear. I swear. Please, Ricky, please. This was supposed to be a redemption match. It was supposed to be. We don't have golden ticket, please. And we're not even chatting the glass. Oh, no, Ricky, no. Oh, no, Ricky, no, please. Oh, we realized. Oh, we realized, thank God. We didn't do the same thing again. Beautiful. We actually get a hermit value. There's a death and a trio. Okay, GG. Ricky lost. I hate to say it, but it is GG here. I wouldn't hate an onk on the Chad. And you take the trio. And then you find... Where's this ace? You also... I don't hate an onk 50-50 on the chat and invis. Oh, I love this play from Ricky. Ricky, I love this play. Come on, hit it. Oh, baby. Okay. Okay. Double invis from Ricky. There's the polychrome ace. A great pull. Not going to work with the flush houses we have, but we have 5 of a kind. We skipped the polychrome ace. Why do we even need it? Why would we ever need a polychrome ace when we're playing like... What are we even playing? Polychrome aces or something? Why would we need that? Why would we ever need that? When we're about to have a bunch of eternal chats, why would we need re-triggerable X-malts? Oh, he died to timer. Oh, yeah, that's GG. Damn, it was such a cool play, and we just didn't look at timer. I mean, I wasn't looking either. I can't blame him, but that is an unfortunate end to the match. There's just no way Ricky has a single chance of scoring what Reelstory is able to put up just because of this scholar and going polychrome aces. Oh, I would have loved to see this double invis pay off. I would have loved to see it. The second you sell Bean, bad things happen. What is Ricky's plan even here? The death to timer is brutal though. This game was not RickyClean. Holy Royal Flush. Did we see that score? 2,000 points. Gotta make sure to play the pair of twos to minimize the value we can gain from business card. And discard the steal. Do we even draw the flush house? We need to draw. Doesn't get the flush house. That is not going to be a very big hand from Ricky, unfortunately. Wait, the trio procs here, right? Okay. It's Joker display saying wasn't. But 20,000 Reelstory gifted the win. I mean, I love this Ankh Invis play. I really did, but also, what are we doing here, Reelstory? You had the calc on the hand. Calc it again, I dare you. Yeah, use the Sun card. That'll help you. Maybe they don't know they're on one. That's a good point. That's a good point. GG. Rough watch for sure. Unfortunate that it was a death to timer. I would have loved to see the Ankh Invis Gambit pay off, but I think it just wasn't going anywhere with 3 lives to take from Reelstory. Would have had to rip it. Probably would have hit like a Chad and an Invis and just not going for the right hand. Really punishing for Ricky. And they are out of the tournament. Reelstory moves on to face MB Habes in round 5. GG. GG. That was an interesting watch for sure. You know, I'm a bit tired, a little loopy, but that was interesting. $10,000 tournament, round 4. Reelstory versus Ricky. Reelstory moves on. And tomorrow, we got some hype matches. Tomorrow, we won't be seeing people play gold cards for fun. Unless we've got a ticket, because it is actually, I guess we're gonna look at the calendar. We've got, I mean, there's one match today. That's kind of crazy. I think Not versus Deji is also being rescheduled to tomorrow. So there's going to be a lot of matches. But we've got Esther Kami versus Frank in the morning. I'm not going to be able to cast that because it is not enough for humans. And then we've got Vagabond Owen at 5 p.m. EST. Oh, I'm covering it. I guess I can go like this. Here's the schedule. I'm still covering it. I'll put me right here. Tomorrow, Esther Cromie Frank, really early on, and then we've got Vagabond Owen into Edie versus Balance and Dunk versus Author Iris. Edie Balance is going to be a great set, and Vagabond Owen, people are saying this set is going to feed families. This might be one of the hypest matches of the tournament. You know, Vagabond and Owen go way back, both very much OGs of the community, both great players, and it should be a good watch all around. Great entertainers. So I'm going to be casting that with Zeno into Edie versus Balance. I think I'm probably gonna miss the weekly tomorrow. We'll play the weekly on Sunday likely. Actually, Edie versus Balance might not be happening Saturday. Okay, no, it is. I lied. What are current best builds? I'm holding off at looking too closely at the best builds until I think I'm gonna pick when we are hosting the finals. So I'm gonna wait on taking a peek. I did see there was a pretty cool one uploaded by Monkey, but we will go over all of them at once. But for now, chat, that is it. It is way too late for me. We are gonna raid Sircats, who helped set up and host this event. Has been a massive help for sure. Made this overlay that you're looking at right now. Oh, I rated the wrong circuits. Don't go to that circuits. There we go. Alright. Peace out, chat. We'll be live tomorrow for some great matches. Don't miss them. And I will see you later. Goodbye, YouTube.